Did she say what kind of animal it was that attacked her?
So yeah, they're saying it's some type of animal attack. Statistically, there's been more animal attacks, mysterious deaths, people gone missing.
In other news, local authorities remain perplexed by the animal attacks.
What attacked you in the woods?
An animal. What else could it have been?
Welcome to It Was an Animal Attack, your home of the supernatural drama series. I'm Sandile.
And I'm Fadzai.
And we've returned once again to journey with our main character, Elena Gilbert. Fair warning, today, my state of being: sleep deprived, caffeine level 0, frustration max, because I just had to clean my entire apartment. But here we are, and we are moving.
It's fine. As we get to the later seasons, that's actually a good state of mind for you to be, like, you know, in tandem with the writers, because I do think that they were starting to slip a little from reality.
Oof. I mean, I feel that in a way that is inextricable from my soul, but also I'm gonna do my best to try and perceive things from, like, an alternate angle, try and see if there's a way to, like, make it work. But we'll see how that goes.
It's the beach episode in Avatar: The Last Airbender, where you're like, okay, let's ignore Team Avatar. Let's look at Zuko and his allies as teenagers raised in the Fire Nation and sympathize with these villainous colonizers.
Oh, well. Listen, I do love the beach episode. We're gonna carry that nuance in today. We're gonna try to be like, okay, these are people and they're complex. Everyone makes decisions and everyone makes mistakes and everyone has complex feelings. And we're gonna try and understand them today. For now, we are still in season 3. So we're going to ride the wave to the end. We're picking up right after the trip to North Carolina to find Miss Abby Bennett Wilson so she can help them unseal the coffins that Stefan has stolen from Klaus. Then enters the Rick Killer era, which I don't know if we have to get into too much detail into, but some people start dropping dead. They think it's Meredith. One of the Gilbert stakes is used, so, like, there's a whole lot of uncertainty around it. It's a very strange arc at first before you realize what they're doing later onwards. So that starts up. Bill Forbes is found dead. He was in the hospital because he got hurt helping Tyler break his sire bond. Meredith fed him vampire blood, and then he got killed and stuffed in a storage room, which was really unceremonious. Woke up in transition. He decides, I'm not going to continue the transition. I'm going to let myself die. Like last episode when she was supporting Bonnie, she's on Caroline's support in this episode. And an interesting thing is Caroline, when they're talking about it, considers forcing her dad to feed so that he can live. And Elena says he doesn't want to. The only thing he has in this is his choice. Interesting, considering some of Elena's choices, especially concerning Jeremy. She does draw on some personal experience to counsel Caroline, though, because she, of course, has lost both of her parents.
And her spare dad.
And her spare dad, and her spare mom, and her aunt mom. Oh, God, it's rough. Matt, who came over to console Caroline, then walks Elena home, and they come back and they find the house, all the lights are off, not working. They find some torches. They spot blood spilled on the kitchen floor, bloody handprints on the door frames. Immediately, they head for the knife rack, grab some knives, and start moving around. These people do not call cops. They just grab knives and start getting ready to kill. I love it. They go upstairs and they find Rick with a knife in his belly. Matt calls 911. Elena's asking Rick, who attacked you? He doesn't know. Rick tells her she has to kill him. And she realizes then what he means. They don't know if who attacked him is supernatural. But because she's a doppelganger, if she kills him, he's certain to come back because of the Gilbert ring. Again, one of those moments that's like Elena has to be unreasonably strong and, like, emotional fortitude in this moment where she has to take that kitchen knife and stab Rick to death. Trusting, because they've never had a situation where she has to, like, kill somebody in a supernatural way. She's never killed anyone who had a Gilbert ring on. She's not killed anyone, period. Actually, to this point, I don't think she's killed a vampire, has she?
I don't think so.
She's daggered a couple,
Yeah, it seems I think she's only daggered originals. I don't think she's actually properly ended a vampire's life.
Wild to be like, no vampire kills under your belt. You have daggered 2 originals 1 month. Wild. Love that for you, but people are going to be mad, girly. People are going to be like, sure, you're working. And it's like, it's just mental manipulation, okay? I fooled them into a sense of security and then boom, get him. But she has to kill Rick, and she does do it. It's just off a conversation she and Matt were having about like how hard it's become to live in this town. And she sits by Rick's side, waiting for him to come back. They cut back to the scene. She's telling Matt that Caroline called to say her dad died, which is this very poignant moment as she sits by Rick lying lifeless in front of her. And she asks Matt to stay with her and says she can't lose any more family. The sheriff does call and say Meredith has an alibi at the hospital, so she can't be the killer. So now it could be anyone. Next episode, they take Rick to the hospital. Insanely, Matt leaves Elena to drive home alone. As she's reversing to pull out, she hits something. And she steps out to see what it is, finds nothing, only for Rebecca to appear from thin air, like back for revenge. Elijah does jump in. And we haven't seen Elijah since, I think, the end of season 2. So this is really cool. Jumps in to stop her and is like, Elena, I believe we have a lot to catch up on.
Oh, I guess it's because Damon undaggered him and then all the originals were undaggered afterwards at the dinner party.
Yeah, because they had to give most of the coffins back to Klaus, and as a failsafe, he undaggered Elijah to then, like, cause that ruckus. So Elijah's back. And then, of course, Elijah undaggered Rebecca, who Klaus had kept daggered because he didn't want to deal with her, considering. When next we see Elena, she's telling Stefan and Damon what Elijah has caught her up on, sort of in the title sequence, essentially. Esther was sealed in the coffin and is now resurrected and wants to live in peace with her family.
In Mystic Fall.
In Mystic Falls, because we can never leave. They were hoping for a weapon to kill Klaus in this sealed coffin. They were like, that's why the witches want us to, like, unseal it. Then the fateful letter arrives from the Michelson family that invites her, Elena, to a housewarming dance, with a note on the back from Esther directly that says, "My girl, we should finally meet." Elena wants to go. Damon objects. Stefan says, I think it's a good move considering Esther might still be the key to rid them of Klaus. Damon snatches the invite from Elena and is like, I'll go. End of story, staring at Elena, which says a lot about what he considers caring for Elena's safety. At the dance, Elena shows up. Sweeping entrance. Devotion by the band Hertz is playing in the background. And she's wearing this stunning silvery gown with black lace on the bust and on the waist. And she's got those long sleeve gloves that, like, old-timey fancy people wore. Damon spots her enter while he's talking to Carol Lockwood, but Stefan is the one to meet her at the entrance and offers her his arm. Elena's like, what are you doing here? And he's smiling, is like, I could ask you the same thing. And then Damon comes over and tells Elena she's not supposed to be here. Finn finds her at the party, introduces himself. This is Finn Michelson, of course, the eldest of the original children, all of whom have been undaggered. Gives her some champagne and is like, if you want to meet with Esther, you have to be alone. While Elijah's giving this big welcoming speech, Esther comes to the stairs to, like, stand with her family, makes eye contact with Elena in the crowd, and then very gracefully steps upwards and goes. Elena prepares to follow her, and then Damon steps in her way and says, was I not clear this morning? Elena's like, I was invited. And he says, you've got to tell me before you walk into the lion's den. And she's like, why? So you can stop me? And he shouts, yes.
Well, yes.
Well, yes. Seeing that he's not winning, he makes her join the waltz that's going on around them. They're, like, setting up to dance. But during the dance, which is this very, like, Pride and Prejudice situation where they apparently trade off partners, he twirls Elena and then she lands right in Stefan's arms. And they start dancing and it's this moment where they're really close to each other and it's like, whoa, okay. Well, clearly the energy's still here. And she's like, he dances and I didn't even have to beg. He claims Carol Lockwood dragged him out onto the floor. I don't believe that for a second. He was watching them dance from a distance and said, no. I will not be left out. And this season has been one of like, hey, maybe Elena and Damon could be a thing because Stefan's thrown off the rails. We might not get him back. But like in this moment, now that he's slowly like scrambling back to himself, the love triangle, the actual triangle is now in full apparent swing. He's like, it took you about 30 seconds to put Damon in a mood. And she's like, he's just looking out for me. And Stefan says he needs to figure out that you can look out for yourself. Stefan knows what's up. She leads him away and tells him that she's not getting anywhere near Esther with Damon running interference. And because Stefan cares more about killing Klaus than anything, he can help her. She says that, but she's very clearly fishing. She's like, what? Am I wrong? And then she looks at him like, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes, please say you can. And he's like, no, you're not wrong. He asks her what she needs him to do. She says, make sure I can get in that room with Esther. He said, say less. Lures him into a room, Damon that is, snaps his neck, and he's down. At some point, she tells Stefan, when we were together, you used to let me make my own decisions. You trusted me. At least that hasn't changed after everything that's happened. Even they're broken up. His humanity is like at 25%. It's all like a mess, and yet still they understand each other better than Damon will ever understand her. So, just throwing it out there. On her way, Elijah intercepts her now. It's like everyone's trying to stop this girl from speaking to this woman who asked her to speak with her. He's like, I'm not fully convinced by my mother forgiving and forgetting. I need you to tell me what she says at your meeting. Will you do that? She's like, yeah, absolutely. We're tight. You know me. She goes in to meet with Esther, who tells her, okay, so my plan is to undo my mistakes, and for that, I need your blood. And she then ritually links her children together so that if one of them dies, all of them dies. It is important that she divulges the actual plan after Elena gives her some of her blood, which is a bad look for Elena, who has been very good about like information and deals. This is bad form. It's like, damn, bitch, you gave that up before she even told you what was going on? Crazy. Despite her extreme misgivings, though, she does lie to Elijah about it when he asks her, because she's done the quick calculus to be like, we need Klaus dead more than I value my relationship with Elijah, which is a little bit messed up, but also, again, Elijah's an original.
And Elijah betrayed them at the end of season 2.
Also true. On her way out, Damon finds her and is like, did you get what you wanted? And she's like, actually, yes. And he's like, good, tell me on the ride home, we're leaving. And grabs her by the arm to start dragging her along. They have a big argument. And she's like, if you're going to act this way, it's just going to hinder us whenever we need to get shit done. He gets upset and she's like, now you're mad at me because I involved Stefan in the plan. And he's like, no, I'm mad at you because I love you. And Elena, face turning, says, well, maybe that's the problem. Whoop. Damon looks like he's been shot in the chest. And then Elena's like, oh no, wait, no, hold on. And Damon's like, no, you said what you said. Fine by me, I'll just go and lash out as I always do and throw coal off a building. And she'll tell Stefan later that she didn't mean it, but I do think on some level it was like unbidden truth. It was very like drunk man tells no lies. It's like angry outburst tells no lies. I think on some level she's aware that Damon's version of love is controlling, it is possessive, and like she and Stefan both say at different points, when it comes to the business of facing the supernatural like they're doing, it is a liability because he does not respect Elena enough to believe her capable.
Yeah.
He does not believe that she can go into a situation and get a job done. He frames it, yes, as like, it's about your safety, but it's like, do you think I'm 3? Do you think I'm a toddler who needs to be carted around to every situation? Obviously, there's risk to it, but that's why I'll have y'all at the party in case. He's like, no, you don't get to do anything. I will go handle it. And there's just such a lack of respect. This, of course, is all while she's agonizing over the fact that she signed all the original's death sentence. Stefan tells her, you've signed Klaus's. Everyone else is collateral damage. She gets like, whoa.
The morning after.
The morning after the party.
The walk of shamelessness, if you will.
Yeah, because you went home by yourself and you had an early night. Elena comes to Chez Salvatore and finds that Damon has slept with Rebecca in a typical lashing out, spiteful move. So, that's that.
It felt like the writers were trying to have their cake and eat it too, because they were like, okay, Elena's gonna be upset because this was clearly like a targeted little clap back on Damon's part. But she's not going to be upset in the sense that, oh, I have the right to say who Damon does and doesn't sleep with, because we can't make her do that because she's not dating him yet. So it's more like I'm upset because Rebecca tried to kill me, yesterday. And it's like, yeah, but Elena... I'm like, Elena, honey, considering where we go in this episode and how you are measuring the morality of these original vampires and who is worth forgiving and who is worth befriending, I don't know if that's the hill you want to die on. Like, Damon, I'm not upset because I think you owe me any loyalty with your sex life. I'm upset because Rebecca's a bad person who tried to hurt me and then you slept with her.
Yeah, I will say that is the foundation she lays in sort of her verbal assault of Damon. And it's like, I get it, but also... her trying to kill you was a response to you daggering her. I feel like that's natural. She is 1,000 years old, and ultimately all the originals need to just like go live their lives elsewhere and stop bothering teens. But you did dagger her and betray her when you guys were seemingly becoming friends in a way. So... again, complex feelings. She's really diverting what she really wants to say into what she feels she should say.
Yeah.
Post that, I guess speaking to the boys about the fact that she's still feeling guilty about Esther's plan to link all her kids and then kill them in one fell swoop. Both of the Salvatores are happy to see it through.
Amazingly, when she tells Damon this before Stefan shows up, and she's like, oh no, Esther's not just gonna kill Klaus, she's gonna kill all the originals. And Damon's like, okay, cool, great, say less. And then he's like, I don't get why you seem to be wringing your hands over this. And then she's like, because that includes Elijah and he doesn't deserve this.
Yeah, she names Elijah specifically.
We'll put a pin in that because it's not she spends the whole like first chunk of the episode going on about Elijah. But when Damon is like, I don't care about Elijah, girl, like why are you saying that name like it should mean something to me? Elena is like, well, shouldn't you at least care about Rebecca? And I'm like, girl, are you gonna look at Damon Salvatore and say, hey, you had sex with someone, I'm sure that must mean something to you now. You don't want her to die.
That must affect your consideration of whether they live and die. Do you remember who you're talking to? What's going on, girlie? We're in bad form today. In this new era of you and Damon, you're just like really missing the mark.
Maybe this was the beginning of the blinders coming on.
Yeah, this is really where it started.
Elijah, who she's like, he doesn't deserve this. And I'm like,
he's not been particularly great the last time he was here. So honestly, like he's the reason Klaus is still alive to terrorize y'all, because he was swayed by Klaus's lies.
And you know what? A little bit, now that I think about it, maybe a little bit is that Elena wasn't really there for the moment of betrayal. She had been killed. She had been trained for the sacrifice. Yeah. So it was really Bonnie and Stefan who got to see like their strongest player, like their ace in the hole, suddenly be turned against them. We never really get to see how Bonnie feels about Elijah after that. Bonnie, who was like, I'm willing to die to take you down.
Yeah. What's Bonnie's interiority? Who cares? Speaking of which, Bonnie says to Elena that, yeah, she's down with the plan. Esther has spoken to her and her mother off screen and is now channeling the Bennett bloodline. So, seems to be all systems go on the kill the originals plan.
Because everybody else is like, Elena... I could almost understand if she was like, okay, Finn wants to die, cool, but I don't know Cole from a bar of soap. Is it for me to decide that this man needs to die as well when I have no idea who he is? Or even Rebecca, who, tried to kill her, but I don't think she truly hates. But it's like, no, the person she's concerned about is Elijah. She's like, Cole and Rebecca can hang for all I care. If Finn is suicidal,
I guess it's the measure, because the way Esther's measuring it is like, they're a blight upon this world, they leave carnage everywhere they go, and it's like, well, from what I've seen, Elena is probably thinking, Elijah isn't like that. He isn't like his other siblings who are monsters, and I've experienced that firsthand. So I kind of get where she's coming from. But also, no, they should all go. Drop them all.
Even taking Esther at her word, I'm like, Elena, I guess if you've already forgotten that Elijah betrayed your team, you've probably forgotten that a few months ago, Esther was like pulling her puppet strings from the other side, trying to get Ghost Vicky to kill you.
I'm
Like, so who is she to decide that these people are too full of sin? They must be wiped from the earth.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, right, it's her blood that's doing this. So, like, nobody else is having that personal experience of, like, I'm the one who has signed the death warrant. So that's what's making her, like, guilt spiral. Again, like the Damon thing, like the Damon interaction about Rebecca, it's like shoveling all your feeling into what you think should be, like, the rational sense, but it's like emotional impulses. I'm responsible for all their deaths, and I don't want to be.
I guess. She does also say, I guess because she's thinking, at this stage, they don't yet believe in collateral damage. She does say that when I needed to die for Klaus's sacrifice, you know, in order to weaken him to the point where he could be killed by Bonnie's magic, she said, Elijah found a way to keep me alive.
Yeah.
And now I'm in the exact same position and I'm just going to let him die. And I'm like, I guess.
I get it. But we've got to toughen up. We've got to, yes. Like you said, the bleeding heart, we've got to tuck it away, girl. These people need to go. Elijah then shows up at her house, asking her to come with him to the place where their home was 1,000 years ago, pre-Mystic Falls. And he shares some history of how his family used to, like, go about their days and where the werewolves would be.
Calls the natives the wrong thing.
Yeah, well... I don't want to say wrong.
Well, it's not what they call themselves.
It's not what I would say. It's definitely not what I would say. He does say natives later afterwards, though,
which is it's the same conversation. It's so weird. So I'm like, why couldn't you?
Yeah, 2012. He's also 1,000 years old, so. Which is crazy. He predates the invention of that term because Christopher Columbus wouldn't sail until 500 years later. I don't know. He tells her that he knows she lied to him at the party, that she and his mother are hiding something. She tries to lie to him again, and he says, I can hear your lying heartbeat.
But even without the heartbeat, she's terrible at lying in that moment. I think because she's maybe
not doing well.
Maybe because she doesn't really want to, I guess is the thing. Like the motivation isn't there.
She spills right after that instead of trying to like get her way out of it in a way that she probably could have. She was already feeling the guilt, and it's specifically Elijah. Elijah thanks her for it, and then breaks a hole in the ground, dropping her into the underground caves that the originals used to frequent.
Through the earth, into the underground caverns.
Earthbending through, sending her down.
Earthbending master Elijah Michelson.
Into Rebecca's waiting arms where she's ready to keep her captive. She spends most of the episode running from Rebecca in the caves, hiding in that one cave that's spelled so that vampires can't enter.
But she's final girling it again. Like, I love it.
It's how she rolls. She says, you can't get me in here. Leads her all the way down and crosses the threshold and says, I'll just wait you out.
Because Rebecca gets daggered through Cole, since they're all linked. Cole gets daggered, they all go down, except Klaus, cause Silver. And then Elena like takes a second. She doesn't know what's going on, but she's like, hey, Rebecca's down. I'm not going to waste time. Let me go. And she runs.
Rebecca gets some gasoline and a lighter and is fixing to burn Elena in there. There's a moment where Elena's like, you're not going to do it, because then you'll have wasted your revenge and you'll have nothing to satisfy you tomorrow if you survive.
Which, bold assumption. I don't know whether Elena really believed that or whether she was like, Inception. I'm going to put this in her head so she doesn't burn me alive.
I think she did. I think she's reading Rebecca as she taunts her, because Rebecca's spending a lot of time this whole time like verbally assaulting Elena. Rebecca refuses to shut up the whole time they're down there instead of just like holding a captive. And Elena's like, why are you mouthing off at me? Like, what is the vibe here? And then she clocks, yeah, you want to like drag this out as long as possible and make sure I suffer for my betrayal. So if you kill me now, what are you going to do tomorrow morning? You got nothing.
Elena gets some barbs back in there. At one point, she's like, my mother's not the one trying to kill me. Which, if I were Rebecca and I'd watched the first 2 seasons, I would have been like, oh, you want to talk about mothers?
You want to talk about mamas? Let's get to talking about mothers, shall we?
Maybe that's why Rebecca was like, you know what? I heard how Isabel met her end. I'm going to burn you alive.
It's fitting, I think. But it does work, whether Inception, whether a good cold read. Rebecca says the tough act doesn't suit you, and Elena's like, I never said I was tough, but we both know I'm right. And that's what makes Rebecca go cold. Eventually, she has to let her go because upstairs in the real world, Klaus and his other siblings have managed to coerce everyone to stop the spell. Abby has been turned into a vampire to break the connection that Esther was drawing, and she and Finn disappear. When Elena goes to Barney's house, Caroline tells her that Barney does not want to see her. And she says, to Barney, it feels like she's always the one who has to get hurt so that Elena can be saved. Which is
one time the writers were self-aware. About Barney, I mean.
About Barney, because it is her Grams who died in that tomb because Elena wanted Damon saved.
In terms of, like, being put through the ringer, like, Barney gets put through stuff.
Yeah. Barney's the one who has to channel 100 dead witches to protect Elena. Barney's the one who has to almost die. As much as Elena is, and this is something that comes up in season 4, Elena's like, I'm ready to die to protect any of my friends. But it is Barney who's the one who actually has to be put in that position because everyone else is more concerned about Elena, right?
Yeah.
So that's a whole thing. At the end, she gets a notes app apology from Elijah, who tells her, he says a lot of stuff, but he says, your compassion is a gift and you should carry it with her. Because he's like, I've gone against my better judgment and my better nature, and I've made a mockery of you and your compassion, so I'm leaving town. This is the worst thing I've ever done. Which, you know what? Fair enough. I respect him for really reflecting. Not a lot of people in this goddamn show do reflection.
Because I'm sure he's thinking Catherine Pierce would never. Catherine Pierce,
you know,
whatever affection she might develop for Elijah later on, if she had been in that position and it was like, kill Elijah so that you'll be rid of Klaus, she would have been like, oh, say less. It's fine. I'll do it myself if you want me to.
Watch me do it. I'll look him in the eyes. Next episode, Elena and Matt on a morning jog. He's telling her that he talked to Barney and that Abby is going to go through the transition. Elena then gets a call about Rick being arrested for murder. She then goes and finds Meredith to confront her because Meredith's the one who laid the accusation against Rick. She's trying to convince Meredith that Rick couldn't possibly be the culprit. Meredith drops on her that Rick was arrested for fighting multiple times in the past and that Isabel filed a restraining order against him twice when they were at Duke, which is just raises so many questions that may not be for this episode, but I'm like, what?
Yeah. This was presumably before they were married. They were, I guess, were they even dating? Because it just says when they were a Duke. It doesn't say when they were a couple. So it's like, did she do this before they were dating or after they were a couple? Like,
many questions. But Meredith's like, you don't actually know who this guy is. You've just brought him into your home too, so I don't know, girlie, maybe you need to go sort some shit out. Elena then ropes in Matt to help her search Meredith's apartment because she's like, Rick's innocent. I don't know what this bitch is talking about. They find a box of medical files that Meredith has kept, as well as an old Gilbert journal. Meredith does come home and discover them snooping and immediately reports them to the sheriff like a normal person. She's like, no, I call cops. I don't care that we live in Mystic Falls. Elena and Matt head off to the grill. On the way, they see Damon, who, again, is on another one of his useless plans to try and get Stefan back on the wagon by just throwing him into feeding off of people. Stefan's feeding on some girlie outside the grill when Elena's like, what are you doing? Stefan looks up, his entire face like smeared with blood. She's horrified. Stefan's horrified. Elena and Matt just leave. She and Matt are having tea later, and he... This is an interesting... I was like, why is all this important? It's because of this. This is a very interesting thing that she and Matt talk about. Like we've discussed, Matt is really like her cornerstone in this season because of all the complexity with the Salvatore brothers. Matt is asking her questions, trying to understand like what it is about the Salvatore brothers that has got her in such a spin. So he's like, mainly because like, you know, they're vampires and they're wrapped up in all this drama and they bring all this darkness into your life. Like, why is it that you're so drawn to them? And she says, with Stefan makes her feel safe. When she met Stefan, it like revitalized her life. It almost brought her back to life from where she was at the time. And she knew with Stefan that he would never stop loving her and that he would never die. And Matt completes, like your parents did. Which is a fascinating thing to say. She then says Damon, on the other hand, got under her skin and she can't shake him no matter what she does. The Damon one is like, we'll get to that because this is the arc of like exploring her feelings for Damon. The Stefan one is so... I guess I'm just curious as to like, what are the implications here within the story, and then also like from a meta point, what are we selling here in the sense of... Because you can understand that ideal, right? Where it's like, you're someone who's lost a lot of people, and here you have this loving boyfriend whom you love. They're clearly like very much in love. They're very enamored with each other. But he is immortal. He will live forever, and there is a certainty in that, where there has been very little certainty elsewhere in your life, especially when it comes to loved ones.
Yeah, I can understand why she would say he makes her feel safe. Apart from, having a superpowered partner. At the start of season 1, she's left behind a lot of things that supposedly meant so much to her. Like Matt, like cheerleading, all these frivolous, superfluous things that maybe she thought to herself, they're probably not going to last. Maybe it's not worth putting time and energy into things. What is it Peyton Sawyer always says? People always leave.
Oh, God.
So
is that what we're getting into today?
That's high school Peyton's catchphrase. So yeah, maybe once she learned Stefan was a vampire and that vampires, short of being actively killed in very specific ways that they can die, they will go on living forever. And like on some deeper level, she was like, okay, so this is security, this is safety. I don't have to worry about putting my time and energy and all my eggs into this basket because it's not going to suddenly be ripped away from me. Which, I mean, bold of her to still feel that way, given how many vampires have died in this town.
Yeah, they're dropping like flies. So this is really, that's why I'm like, I have questions. One of them being, it's very easy to kill vampires in this world. A stake through the heart. But I'm curious as to like, because that makes sense within the story, right? But is the implication that is the main reason that she's with Stefan? Because of course, I mean, not to jump the gun, but obviously next season we enter an era where we transition from her relationship with Stefan to a relationship with Damon. And it's like, was there a thread here that was being suggested from a writing standpoint that Stefan is security and as such is not a good... It's not a good idea to remain in that relationship because, like, that's the reason you're with him, not because you're with him. You know? I
mean, considering where the season ends with the decision that Human Elena makes, I don't think that's what they were going for. Maybe it was just that duality in the classic love triangle with a good boy and a bad boy. It was that Stefan is security and reliability. He's safe and dependable. Damon is danger and challenging ideals, and he's the dark allure. Maybe that's all they were trying to imply. That as Elena begins to like grow up and make decisions that are a bit more morally gray and a bit more like, you're playing a bit rough. Now you're also the manipulator. That someone like Damon is more compatible for that aspect of her personality, whereas sweet, innocent, doe-eyed Elena is more compatible with Stefan.
Yeah, that's what they'll try to tell you, man. But we'll get into it. Yeah, I guess I'm curious that like in that conversation they speak very broadly and, as you say, very like tropey in terms of this love triangle. But then it's that one statement that was like very pointed, and I was just curious as to like, what was the intention there? Especially considering she does choose Stefan at the end. So what's I don't know.
Maybe that's just how it started. I mean, started is weird because when they first start vibing, she doesn't know he's a vampire.
She doesn't know he's a vampire. That's why I'm like, it feels odd to be like, that's the only thing she says about... Well, it's not. Oh, she says something about like the way Stefan makes her feel. That's what she thinks love is. That's how the person you love should make you feel. Like you can always face the next day. She says something like that afterwards.
Maybe it was also a read on how this season, the rift that exists between Stefan and Elena is because he was no longer dependable. He was, Klaus's stooge. Then he was emotionless Ripper Stefan. He's still struggling with the bloodlust. So now it's like, as we've seen in season 3, she's had to train with Alaric and become more independent. She briefly tried to shift that dependency onto Damon, which we see like after Klaus comes back to town and Damon's been gone the whole day. When she meets up with him again, she's like, where were you, Damon? So it might also be that it's like, oh, this is why they've fallen apart, because he's not all reliable anymore.
Yeah.
He's not the golden boy. I mean, I would say compared to Damon, he still is.
He still is. In a crazy way. It's like Stefan, Ripper mode, no emotion, somehow is still better.
I guess part of growing up and growing in a relationship, one that starts when you are, a child, is realizing that however enamored you might have been, whatever rose-tinted glasses you might have been looking at your partner with, they are flawed. And are you going to be able to remain here and love them in spite of these flaws or because of these flaws? Or is it going to be a thing of, okay, we've grown apart because I'm no longer compatible with the version of you that I fell in love with, or the version of you that exists now, which, big sigh, Vampire Diaries.
Yeah. In any case, that is when Matt says, once you fall in love with someone, he doesn't know if you can ever shake them. And that's when Elena has the sense to be like, is this weird, me talking to you about my love life, considering we dated for a fairly long time?
I'm like, yes, Elena, you haven't been looking, but Matt is clearly... Say the word and he's there.
He's ready to go. In her defense, he asked, right? Like, he was like, what is it? Like, well, I'm just trying to understand. So, but yeah, poor Matthew. Rick finally comes back from jail, having been exonerated, and he and Elena have a big old hug. After Matt's gone, Rick tells Elena he knows about all she did today, and that he doesn't want her getting in trouble for him. And she says, if not for him, then for who? He says he's supposed to be taking care of her, and she says, how about we take care of each other instead? Which was very much the, like, Elena and Jenna dynamic.
Yeah.
And he's settled into that role for her now. And I really love that. At the end, she reads up on Samantha Gilbert, who is John Gilbert's granddaughter, who had the Gilbert ring at one time in history and went mad. And confirms Meredith's assertion. Meredith has just come in to shout at Rick that, like, I know what's going on and you're actually the killer. You're going mad because of your ring. Elena comes downstairs with the diary of Samantha Gilbert and is like, I think she's right, Rick. So, further into the Killer Rick era. Next episode, they take Rick in for an MRI. It comes out normal. Rick gives back the Gilbert ring in case it is what's making him mad, because they're not, like, super sure yet. Damon shows up and Elena confronts him about making Stefan feed on someone. When he says he's going to teach him control, Elena says Damon's not the right person for that job.
You know?
We're talking about self-control.
Stares into the camera.
Stares into camera like, excuse me? And we'll bring that up later.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
What?
She then runs into Stefan at Chez Salvatore because she's going to fetch a book on Samantha Gilbert from their house. Damon had told her that nobody was at home. She says as much and is like, otherwise I wouldn't be like bothering you. He's like sitting at the couch with, I think, a blood bag just like lying on the table in front of him. And she's like, is everything all right? And he is like deflecting any of her questions. And she's like, okay, fine. I was just trying to help. He does offer to tell her first person what happened to old Sammy G, as I've called her here in my notes. Samantha Gilbert was committed and then gave herself a lobotomy. And Stefan's like, there's nothing you can do for Rick, but just prepare for the end. And Elena's like, all right, thanks, I'm gonna go. Bonnie tells her to find something from before Rick put the ring on, because they're gonna do a spell to try and help him. So she goes to Rick's loft. She finds Stefan there. This is like hours later. Apparently Rick has told him to meet her there. He apologizes for earlier and says he's not trying to hurt her. He's just not in control. And then she opens the door and says, so what are you trying to do? And then they both walk into the apartment. She's letting him tell her about what he knows about Samantha, and he tells her about her violent behavior even without the ring on. and that he was serious that it might be too late for Rick, for even Barney to help him. They have a bit of a fight. Stefan's like, Elena, you're always putting the responsibility of people on yourself, always needing to save people. And she's like, are we talking about Rick or are we talking about you? Because she wasn't planning on giving up on either of them. They then find this dresser drawer that they open, and there's a bunch of pictures of all the people who have died in this like secret killer arc. And a creepy note that Rick has apparently left behind for Jeremy about cleansing the council and carrying on his work. And it's all really messed up. I guess because... what do you call him? Evil-Arik?
Evil-Arik.
I was Killer Rick, but I forgot that was vetoed.
Evil-Arik.
Evil-Arik, I guess, would consider Elena a sympathizer.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
he would, expect her.
Yeah.
So Jeremy's the only one who can carry on his work. Again, just a shame. They rush back to her house. They come to find him nursing a cut on his hand. And he's like, oh, it's from a broken coffee cup.
He's being so creepy. His
so
energy
evil.
is so serial killer who just got caught and is trying to lie his way out, but lacks the understanding of human emotion to be able to lie convincingly.
There's almost like anime-style shadows under his eyes to show that he's the bad guy. It's wild. They all look down and see there's a knife, a bloody knife, just like lying on the ground there. And he's like, worth a try. Stefan grabs him before he can do anything, but he is lunging at Elena, and Stefan chokes him out. He then turns around and looks upstairs and asks Elena to come up with him because he's going to need her help. They find Meredith in the bathroom, gut slashed, bleeding out, and for a moment, Stefan's vampire face comes out. Elena's at Meredith's side, trying to figure out what to do. Stefan's vampire face comes out. He pauses as Elena looks at him, and then very slowly recedes, bites his wrist, and goes to feed Meredith his blood. As soon as she's had enough, he determines to make sure she doesn't die. He steps away, ducks out of the room. And I want to say, where Damon has been not just failing to help him, but actively making him worse with his issues with blood, Elena's presence alone and the assurance earlier that she's not going to give up on him is enough for him to keep his control. I think last session I mentioned that Elena had told Damon that it's not going to be her who gets Stefan back to them. It's going to be Damon. It's going to be the love of Stefan's brother. And I really am always perplexed by that scene. I guess that's just Elena's projection because she's given up. But well and truly, it is Elena who gets him back, start to finish.
They're so good for each other that it breaks my heart that the writing team, I don't want to be rude, but the writing team was either not willing or not able to write a convincing storyline in which Elena would be drawn to someone else and somebody else could be considered a better or equally good option for her. Because I'm just like...
Right. That's the thing, right? It's that Stefan's almost too good, which is crazy to say. I don't know if that's the issue. Maybe that was the issue they ran into where it's there's very few ways you could make Stefan not viable because he's so obviously a better match for Elena, which is why it's okay, let's have him be a Ripper. On top of that, let's have him not have his humanity on. Let's go to the worst Stefan ever is. But in that, there's still the choice to be he's still Stefan underneath all that. I think ultimately the disconnect, right? Because the way he's written in this season and that's what happens is that at the end, him and Elena find their way back to each other. And it's a solid loop to their story. And for whatever reason in the next season, it'll be couched in a bunch of stuff about Elena changing because of vampirism. But also it's for whatever reason, Stefan's acting really out of character. And that's the only way we can make it work where it's Elena leaves him and it doesn't feel really shitty. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I think it's just that it really comes down to the refusal to develop Damon as a character who can realistically be a good match for someone who is so compassionate like Elena is. I'm just like, Elena, if you're gonna write a character like Elena who is bleeding heart, super compassionate, loves her friends, doesn't want to hurt anybody, and then say Damon is a person she can see herself being with, it doesn't make sense.
We'll get there.
So the insistence on being like, oh, Damon needs to be the darker option, but that means he needs to be a terrible person. I'm like, no, you don't need to be terrible.
You don't
to
need
be the darker option.
Person.
There's a love triangle in season 2 with Caroline, Matt, and Tyler, where Tyler is the darker option. You know, he's the werewolf, so it's the forbidden love thing between these two warring species, and he's got his own issues. He was the jerk jock who's still got these like inbuilt werewolf anger issues and whatever. His bite can literally kill her, so he's the dark and dangerous one. And Matt is the soft, sweet, weak human boyfriend, and the issues are that she might eat him because she loves him so much, but he's also tasty. And it's like, neither of these boys are shitty people. Tyler makes mistakes in season 2. He hurts Caroline really badly and betrays her trust, but ultimately he's not a terrible human being. So it's fine no matter which one of those guys you want to root for. It makes sense if you really have a character like Caroline's best interest at heart. I can understand why you might be Team Tyler or you might be Team Matt. But with Elena, all through these first seasons and even season 3 where we see Stefan at his worst while he is dating her, they really had the chance to develop Damon and say, yeah, because Damon points it out. Damon is like, I'm not going to be the white knight just because Stefan is no longer around. Yeah. And it's like, why couldn't the writers just let you be better? Let you be like, I'm going to step it up. Like, I'm going to be the boyfriend who stepped up.
Truly.
I'm going to better myself. I don't need to be nice to be good. You can still have him be snarky and annoying. Lord knows Jace Whalen isn't nice.
Because that's the draw of Damon, right? The draw of Damon is that he's kind of shitty and he's kind of snarky and he's way too like intimate and flirtatious. Like that's kind of the draw of it. But it's like, you don't have to be like the spawn of Satan all the time.
Yeah.
Like
you don't have to
you
be
could
like,
dial up some of the good acts. You know, it's that scene. Oh, the scene's coming up, but the scene of like, why don't you let people see the good in you, Damon? Because when people see good, they expect good, and I don't want to live up to any expectations. It's like, maybe you should. Maybe you should want that if you want to be in relationships with people. Maybe this is your chance to grow in that and be like, maybe I need to show up for the people I care about. Consistently. Maybe I stumble along the way with that, but at least I'm trying. We had a conversation with a mutual friend recently about like, what is the difference with like Stefan and Damon, because Stefan does go to some extremes. Usually when he's out of control, when it's not like by his own volition, but it's like that is moot when you consider the damage that he causes. But the difference will always be in that Stefan's always trying to be better. Stefan's always trying to be the best version of himself for the people around him and just for like the principle of it, right? For the principle of like, I don't want to be someone who harms people and who moves through the world leaving it worse than I found it. I want to value human life and compassion and the safety of innocence, like all of that shit. It's like, I'm not saying become Mother Teresa. This episode, this is all a rehash.
Yeah. I mean,
God, you could try.
We have discussed this obviously in the Damon episode, but I mean, it feels relevant here because this is like season 3 is really the deepest the love triangle gets when each option really seems like an equal choice, like they're each being given equal attention and equal possibility of being endgame. And we've mentioned before, we've used an X-Men example for those of you familiar with X-Men comics, where it's like, I do enjoy the token evil teammate trope, where it's like, you're not literally evil, but you're either the mean one on the team, or you're the one who's willing to get their hands dirty and let the rest of your teammates stay angels. Dirty work. You know, it's the Wolverines, it's the Emma Frosts, it's the Magneto when he's in the X-Men. It's like, Emma, truly a good person, loves her students, wants to help mutants, but she'll cut a bitch if she needs to. She
will cut a bitch. She will cut several bitches down. And we love her for it, because ultimately we know Emma's in our corner. Emma's like with us.
And even Wolverine. Wolverine is like, he will murder someone just to make sure that one of these teenage X-Men children don't need to do it.
Which is great.
He'll be like, I will preserve your soul. And it's like, Damon could have almost gone that route, because he is the one who's like, let me turn Abby Bennett Wilson into a vampire, even though Stefan lost the coin flip because I feel that maybe Stefan is more salvageable, or maybe Stefan is the one who Elena shouldn't have to hate forever or whatever. And it's like, yeah, if he could just be that person all the time, it's like, yeah, I can support you being like, yeah, I'm gonna turn Bonnie's mother into a vampire against her will to save Elena, but I'm kind of person who would do that so Stefan doesn't need to. Because Stefan's dark side, as we've mentioned, Stefan is not perfect, he has a lot of flaws, but it always comes back to a place of Stefan's at his worst when he's dealing with literal addiction. Damon has no reason to be bad. He's just shitty because he refuses to change. There's no deep reason why Damon can't be better. Stefan is like, I'm struggling because of my literal brain chemistry and my vampire biology. Damon's like, I just like murdering people and I don't want to stop.
I mean, it's ideological for Damon, right? It's like he has a different view of what vampirism is. He feels that it's perfectly natural to move through as he moves through. Which is like, that's well and good, but it's never going to be congruent with the people you are now in community with. And it shouldn't be smoothed over the way that it is. There's a pretense of congruence here where it's like we have characters who don't want to do that, and then we have this character who feels it's perfectly natural to do that, and they're all just friends, and it's rarely addressed. And I think that's where the issue lies. Damon's free to like be who Damon is because, listen, that is who he is. The issue comes in where it's like, he is who he is in this group. Yeah. So, I don't know. And before the Damon stands come out, yes, he's also got some trauma in his past, and like being a vampire maybe messed him up, and like Catherine and whatever. It's like, yes, there's all this stuff. But a lot of that stuff, like the way it's written, he doesn't largely care.
He doesn't. Like, you know, the Augustine stuff is rarely brought up outside of season 5.
And that's the biggest one. That's the biggest one where it's like, this should be the thing that like has you down, but like because it's a retcon and like even beyond that season, it's never brought up. In fact, I'd say beyond that couple of episodes where it causes some drama, it's never brought up. So it's like, I don't... Whatever.
I guess I will say,
except this is not.
Yeah, taking it back to a place of Elena. I guess in season 3,
right?
Because season 3, Delena has not actually become like an official thing at any point in the story. It's just it's a ship. It's a flirtation. It's a will they, won't they. So I guess in season 3, where we are at that point in time, maybe it was still a thing of, if Damon does end up with Elena, she can fix him, and maybe that's what they were thinking. Which obviously...
We all know my feelings on that.
We hate that. But I'm just saying, maybe that's what the writers were thinking. They were saying, it's okay if Damon still sucks because if and when he gets with Elena, that is when he'll finally be an actual salvageable human being.
But yeah, there'll be more opportunities to do. We're coming up on season 4, so we'll really get into that meat. Bonnie comes over the next morning and explains what's happening to Rick, that the dying and coming back to life has potentially chipped away at his psyche, and gives some herbs for him to take twice a day for the spell to work. She and Elena finally talk for the first time about Abby's transition, and Elena apologizes and Bonnie hugs her and tells her that she knows. So yeah, that one's over. I mean, there's really not much else to say. Bonnie has to forgive her. She's her best friend. She has a check-in call with Jeremy, who's in Denver. Tells him everything is fine, even though she's like seconds away from tears on her end, because right now everything is insane and she needs her brother. But she puts his safety before that and tells him to keep enjoying his time there in Colorado. The next episode, a favorite of ours, The Murder of One.
Yeah.
Really, really fun. Sort of one of the best openings to an episode, I think. Elena tells Caroline that Rick's the one who killed her father, which is like... this whole other thing. While possessed by the madness of the ring, of course. She tells Caroline that, like, because Caroline's obviously immediately upset by this. And Lena's like, he wasn't in control, just like... Oh, I forget who she uses as reference first. It might be Stefan, about when he had his humanity off, and Caroline when she first turned into a vampire and killed that guy Carter. And Caroline's like, yeah, I guess I can't be upset at him specifically. It's not his fault. That resolves in...
I thought you were going to say Caroline was like, who? Carter?
No!
Never heard of him.
She does bring up Carter this season early on, or the next season, I can't remember, but like around this time. So she holds it in her mind. find. They meet with Matt in the woods. They've all received a message from Stefan, who shows up with Damon and 12 white oak stakes that they've made from the sign, the Wickery Bridge sign, right?
Yeah, the original Wickery Bridge sign.
The last white oak that's left behind after Rebecca and Sage burned down. What did they burn down? Were they burning the bridge? What
They
did
burned
they burn?
down the original wood that was strapped to the underside of the bridge.
We still have not learned, in rewatching these first few seasons, still unclear why Elena's family went off the bridge. It's never been we just all accept that they went off the bridge. It's like, did somebody walk into the road? Was he texting with his phone?
Was a slippery summer night? I don't know. Wait, was it summer? Autumn? I think it was.
Yeah.
Nah,
It was summer.
yeah, because it was right. I have no idea. Maybe her dad is just a bad driver.
Just a shitty driver who got them all killed. He was
Yeah.
like sleep deprived from a late shift at the hospital.
We put doctors on this pedestal, but some of them are bad drivers.
Some of them commit malpractice. Like, let's not. But they have 12 white oak stakes and they are ready to kill the originals. They know they just need to kill one and all of them will die.
I feel like given the shape of a stake and the shape of that sign, there was probably a lot of leftover wood. They could have made like bullets, the wooden equivalent of brass knuckles. Like, we could have saved some. Because later on in the originals, we get bullets made out of a little toy soldier, like a wooden toy soldier. So
True. They really weren't thinking. They were like, we've got to go classic with this. It's poignant. It's poetic. It's how it needs to end. So that's their plan. Elena tells Matt and Caroline that she's struggling to get through to Bonnie via call. And as she's telling them they're in like the middle of town, they spot Finn Michelson just walking down the road with Sage. Elena calls up Stefan, who tells her on their end, Damon's been snatched by Rebecca. So clearly something's going on in the background here. The two of them meet and they go back and forth about whether they should stay the course or try to rescue Damon. Later, we find that they've coordinated with Matt. Stefan goes to the grill where Finn and Sage have had dinner. He's been watching them inside. He lures them out or like meets them, sort of intersects them as they leave the grill. Tackles Finn to the ground, pulls away and goes to go distract Sage. Finn has fallen sort of in this alleyway next to the grill and there's like stairs leading down. Finn and Stefan like tumble together and Stefan drops the white oak stake and it seems like a problem at first. But then, as Finn goes downstairs to go retrieve the stake, the service door opens down in this alleyway and Elena pops out. Seemingly Matt has led her through like the back rooms, the back tunnels of the grill, because there's just tunnels in this grill for whatever reason. Pops out with a crossbow, loaded up with a stake.
Elena shoots Finn with a crossbow and then Matt stakes him with the white oak stake. I must say, at the start of this episode, when they first decide we're gonna go kill some originals, Damon like shades Elena and is like, "You're not gonna have like another attack of conscience, are you?" Because of the whole Elijah thing. And Elena is like, "No, not after what happened to Bonnie's mom." And I'm like, okay, so finally we've decided that this little friendship with Elijah is not worth it.
No, they need to go. And look at her now, doing what needs to be done. She stepped out and shot no hesitation. And just to keep count, she's daggered Elijah. She's daggered Rebecca. She's daggered Michael. That one was voluntary, I will say, but I just like to count it. And she's the one who shoots Finn. Her original count is off the charts.
And it's
crazy.
only gonna grow.
It's only gonna grow. It's freaking crazy. They're like, yay, originals are all down. Unfortunately, she later gets a call from Bonnie who informs her Klaus forced her to do a spell to unlink the originals, having threatened both Jeremy and her mother. Stefan, furious that Klaus isn't dead, and also the fact that they have Damon. Klaus and Rebecca have taken Damon. He makes to leave for the Michelson mansion, just like ready to throw himself at the problem and probably get himself killed. As he steps out of his house, we then see him get hurled back into the house by an even more furious Sage.
She's like, ding dong.
Love Sage, icon. They scuffle, but Sage and her crony, Troy, which I think we meet for the first time in that scene.
Yeah, in the episode. He's walking around town when she's with Finn.
Oh, yeah. They quickly cough up and die, unfortunately, so I guess it didn't work. Stunning everyone, they finally figure out that because they killed Finn, his bloodline died. Fortunately, Finn's bloodline, it's just 3 people. And killing the originals would mean effectively an extinction or a genocide of the vampire species, depending on how you look at it. So that is the big old revelation there. After Stefan leaves to go trade a bunch of the stakes for Damon, 8 out of the remaining 11, Elena and Caroline are talking about how, okay, we're keeping 3 stakes. Our plan is to kill 3 of the 4 originals once we've figured out which one's bloodline.
This is the event horizon.
This is the point of no return. This is the black hole into the white hole. We have traversed space in the blink of an eye.
It's weird that it happens so quickly. In 3 or 2 episodes, we've gone from, I can't kill all 5 originals just to get to Klaus if it means Elijah has to die, to let's genocide.
We're gonna kill
let's genocide 3/4 of the remaining vampire species.
Wild
But
shit.
we're gonna save the one who's relevant to us and the people we like.
Wild shift. But I mean, if the line is to be tracked, the Abby situation is really fueling her this episode. So it's like, yeah, throw caution to the wind, no return. Vampires suck, 2014. No, actually, that movie might be from 2010. I actually can't remember.
It's definitely not 2014. It came out when I was still in high school, and I wasn't in high school in 2014 because I'm old.
But yeah, they are really like, we're gonna kill 3/4 of the vampire species. It is then that they realize that no matter what they do, if they kill Klaus, Tyler will die because Tyler was turned directly by Klaus.
Even in that, they're like, Tyler was a hybrid slave who had to go away to be free. And they're like, yeah, Tyler will die. Screw those other hybrids who are also slaves and didn't ask Klaus to turn them. We don't care if they die. But Tyler...
Like I said, the circle is drawn around their people and everyone outside. Elena has gone, that's too much to deal with now. I've got to do whatever it takes for these people here. It's a journey. It's a shift.
It's ironic because I assume that if Esther had gone with her original plan, channeling the Bennett bloodline to devampify her kids and then killed them as humans, that would have left the rest of the vampires in the world unaffected.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I wonder.
It would have been a nice loophole, but I guess it's something that only Esther could do because she specifically says, as the witch who turned them into vampires, I can undo the spell. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe a witch who was related to her because when they're talking about the Bennett bloodline and what sealed the lock, it was talking about generational magic. If a certain other Michelson child was around, maybe she could have done it.
Perhaps.
Who knows? Elena and Stefan talk at the end of the episode and he tells her she doesn't have to worry about him going rogue anymore because all the time he wasted hating Klaus was for nothing. And he's right back where he started. And Elena tells him the fact that he's come out on the other side of this by being better, he's beaten Klaus. Even if he hasn't beaten Klaus physically. And Stefan says, yeah, but what did I lose in the process? Looking like doe-eyed at Elena. And it's like, he asks her to admit to him the truth. And she thinks he's talking about potentially that she doesn't love him anymore. And she's like, I'd never stop loving you. And he says the fact that she's also in love with Damon. She's like, I don't know what it is I feel for Damon. And that's kind of where they leave it. The next episode, Stefan has the brilliant plan. Stefan is two-faced sometimes, is the thing. And to be fair, they're not together. He's done all this stuff. He's like, you need the space to sort out what you need to do. Elena and Damon are going to Denver to go fetch Jeremy, now that Klaus has threatened him. She tells Rick that it was Stefan's idea and that he said it'll be an opportunity to work through her unresolved feelings. So that's the theme of this episode 19. They find Jeremy at some batting cages in Denver and they catch him up on the situation after like a heartfelt reunion. They ask him if he can contact Rose on the other side to learn who started her bloodline. Because of course the bloodline is Rose to Catherine to Damon and Stefan, and then from Damon it's to Caroline and Abby. And am I missing anyone outside of Tyler?
Well, Vicky, who's dead, was also turned by Damon.
Vicky's dead, so what do they care? Cole casually walks over with a bat. It's what happens next.
That was quite a jump scare. It was like, oh shit, he's been here the whole time.
I've been here the whole time.
Because I think in the previous episode, when we see what Bonnie's been up to while the rest of them are trying to kill the originals, Klaus is threatening her, and I think you either see that he's texting Cole, or he gets a phone call and he addresses Cole, but then he shows Bonnie the video footage and like, oh, here's Jeremy, so I've got my little brother watching over him. But you don't know that Cole has now like insinuated himself into Jeremy's friend group.
He's like, yeah, I'm just a mate. He does tell Jeremy in that scene, sorry, mate, but I'm not your mate. Elena clogs him coming, but it's too late. He shows up and breaks a bat over Damon's head. He comes over with a second one, which he says is made of aluminum. And it pissed me off so irrationally because he wouldn't say aluminum. He would say aluminium.
Yes.
I don't know why in the script. And then I don't know why he also said it that way.
I don't know. I don't know what Australians say. I would assume they speak closer to British people, but I don't know that for sure. But you know Americans with their aluminum.
Aluminum. Watching the show has made me say herb instead of herbs, and it's so annoying. I hate it.
My favorite scene is when Valerie is with Stefan and they are in the same conversation. They each pronounce the word differently. He's like, oh, this place full of herbs, and she's like, and witches love their herbs.
It's my girl Valerie, keeping it real. He comes over with a second aluminium bat, but Damon stakes him with one of the broken pieces of the first one, and they run off. They go to a motel, and Elena asks Damon to conjure up a good memory that he has of Rose, that maybe it'll help Jeremy make a connection. And it does. Rose shows up, tries to spread the Delena agenda that she's apparently on.
Hey, I mean, she was sort of Team Delena when she was alive. That was why she refused to get into an actual
when she was banging Damon, she was Team Delena. So yeah, I guess it tracks. She tells him that a Mary Porter turned her, and she will see if she can find her or find like a lead to her. So she heads off and tells him to sit tight. Jeremy doesn't mention that Rose had said something about Damon and Elena until later when he asks Elena what's going on between them. But Damon comes back before they can discuss it any further.
How does...
Yeah.
Sorry, my brain is just like, how does Rose find a lead on Mary Porter from the other side? Because there are things that Rose says in this episode which seem to directly contradict what we learn about the other side when it becomes a major part of seasons 4 and 5. Like, when Rose is conjured up by Jeremy's mediumship, they're like, oh, Rose, we're so sorry that you're dead, it's such a pity. And she's like, oh, no, I spent so long running, like 500 years, that now I'm on the other side and I'm free to do whatever I like. And I'm like, okay, so maybe is she socializing there? Is she wandering around and watching people? She then goes off to like...
Yeah, I think she's just people watching.
But the thing is, Anna tells us already at the start of the season, you can only really appear around someone who's thinking about you. I'm just like, so how did she then go gather information on Mary Porter when we learn in seasons 4 and 5 that only witch spirits have free reign on the other side, and only witch spirits can talk to each other and other dead vamps and werewolves that are there?
I think Anna says you can only try to communicate or push through when someone's thinking about you. I do think that you can appear around your loved ones, because it does have a little bit to do with like unfinished business.
I guess.
Is largely why supernatural beings don't like immediately pass on to peace or oblivion. It's conceivable that like maybe this Mary Porter was a loved one to her back in the 15th century, or however old Rose is, because we said before that like Rose is 500 minimum. She may be older because she was a vampire already at the time of Catherine having herself turned. So could be she could just go find Mary Porter, however it is that ghosts
I
work on
wonder
the
how
other
that
side.
works. Can you just teleport to the person you knew?
I don't know.
I mean, conveniently for them, Mary Porter, who we must assume
Is in America.
was probably British, probably English.
Yeah.
Like Rose and Trevor.
Probably 700-800 years old. Yeah. It's just like in...
She's there in Colorado.
That's kind of crazy, actually. She does find her, though, and tells them where she is. That night, Damon, who is just shirt open, torso facing the world for whatever reason. I think he's just come out of the shower. He's drinking some whiskey. Elena, supposedly asleep, she's watching him and she's pretending. She's doing that thing where it's like eyes open, and then when the person turns, you shut your eyes. It's so stupid. He clocks her, obviously. And then he's sitting in the chair by the window. She's lying in the bed and they're staring at each other across the room. And then he puts the whiskey down and he goes over and he lies down next to her. She says he never told her about what he did for Rose. The fact that he gave her a really nice memory of the English countryside before he euthanized her. He says it wasn't about Elena, so he didn't tell her.
Which, fair.
Yeah, fair. This is where she asks him, why don't you let people see the good in you? And he answers, because when people see good, they expect good. And he doesn't want to live up to any expectations. Given enough thoughts on that sentiment, so I won't bore you, listener, with a rehash.
It would have been fine if Damon had grown from this moment, is all I'll say. I would have been fine with it.
Yeah, that's fair. What I will say is that they're in one motel room with like 2 beds. Jeremy is in the next bed over as this is happening.
He is?
But you wouldn't know because, yes, he's in the next bed, but they've conspicuously kept him off screen the whole time. So...
The magic of television.
Yeah, a choice. Elena is then apparently taken over by a wave of lust, and they brush hands, they entangle fingers, and Florence and the Machines Never Let Me Go start swelling in the background. She gets up and leaves the room, overwhelmed. Damon follows after her. Torso to the wind now, outdoors. And Elena says, no. And Damon says, why not? And then he says, Elena. And she, at the like crescendo of the chorus, turns around and kisses him. It is important that she is the one who kisses him. This season, I think they've kissed once, but he initiated it the last time. There is the kiss that he erased in season 2, which he also initiated. This is the first time she has initiated like a proper romantic kiss. You're not on your deathbed and dying. This is me wanting to kiss you. So, yeah. That finally happens. There's a collapse of tension, a whirlwind of emotion. Jeremy then walks out on them in an awkward, screeching halt of the kiss and says that Rose came back with the location. He gives Elena a look before turning back into the room, very clearly displeased by this development. So that, Delena's first, like, proper kiss. Or, like, third, I don't know. Count it yourselves. I don't care. I know why I'm putting myself through the effort. They find the address, but Cole has beat them there and has killed either Mary Porter or whoever was going to lead them to Mary Porter.
I believe it is Mary because as they're walking in, Damon's mentioning that coincidentally, Mary is one of his like ex-flings or whatever. They find like the room in like ruins. There's clearly been a scuffle. I think they have a flashlight and they shine it and see her staked, gray and desiccated body against the wall. And then Damon is like, oh, Mary. And then Cole switches on the light like someone waiting for a cheater to come home. And he's like, quite contrary.
Quite contrary. I'll kill you. Shut up.
It also seems like he murdered her with the same piece of baseball bat that had been used to stake him earlier in the episode.
Which is like resourceful, efficient, I guess. I'm not a Cole stanny, but I respect it. Cole then beats Damon's ass for a little bit and leaves. There's a moment where Damon is checking on Elena because Cole threw her across the room. Elena always getting thrown across rooms. It's so awful.
And you know what? It reaches a climax this season.
It does. That's the setup. They've been setting it up this whole time. He's checking on her. He's holding her hand just sort of absentmindedly in the middle of it. And she very suddenly pulls free from him and turns away. Damon asks, face changing now, what this trip was about and her kissing him, like what's going on. And she tells him that Stefan thinks she has feelings for him. When he asks if she does, she says, I don't know. Damon, of course, gets upset because he thinks she's hoping he'll screw things up to save her the trouble of the decision. And Elena tells him that is what he does. He sabotages, he lashes out when things don't go his way. This is the moment, this is what you're talking about, where Damon goes, what if I didn't? What if I didn't go the way I usually go? What if this could work? Elena doesn't respond. Damon, again face changing, then says, I'm not gonna make it so easy for you, Elena. This time you'll have to figure it out for yourself. So, yeah, trip didn't resolve much, as it turns out. Rose comes back to tell Jeremy why Damon and Elena are a good idea. And you can go back to the Damon episode to hear how we feel about that. But something Rose says after the typical line of Damon challenges her, makes her question her life. Rose says Stefan is different. His love for Elena is pure. He will always be good for her. Damon is either the best thing for her or the worst. What is that?
That is schlock. That is writing nonsense to make teenagers go, ooh, it's so dramatic and passionate.
What is that? That's just... I don't get it. You're saying in the scene, Stefan will always be good for her, but Damon's the one who should be with her. What? Because Damon could be...
I guess good doesn't mean the best. So she's saying Stefan is good, but Damon might be the best thing for her. Or he might be the worst. Okay. Because that's dangerous and exciting when you're writing for a teenage audience.
I guess. Yeah, I need to really relax on my thoughts and just put the CW lens on top of it. The only other thing I want to mention is that it finally clicked for me. It's like, why is Rose always the one, gung-ho Delena about people she barely knew, right? She was sleeping with Damon, she liked Elena, she knew them for 2 weeks and then died. And it clicked for me in this moment that no one else is gonna root for Delena.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In the show.
Absolutely no one else.
They have to bring in a ringer from outside, not just the main cast, but the recurring cast, to be this is a good idea. That's why it feels so disjointed and so foreign, because it's coming from out of left field. It's because not Caroline, not Bonnie, not Jeremy, who's in the scene, likes the idea of Damon and Elena together. Tyler, barely friends with Elena. Who cares about his opinion? Matt seems neutral, but Matt has made clear he's not a fan of Damon. Damon killed his sister, so...
Yeah. Because it gets to a point where the non-vampire characters, Matt, Bonnie, Jeremy, they get to a point where they're like, we're kind of fed up of all these vampires. Yeah. Not you, Caroline. You're one of the good ones.
You're great,
but these Salvatore boys, they're kind of both shitty. We don't like them. We tolerate Stefan because at least he's respectful and kind. But if we could be rid of both of them, we wouldn't care. Whereas Caroline, for her part, she's the voice of Stelena for as long as that's a thing. She's always saying, oh, Elena, you and Stefan are epic, and you and Damon, ugh.
Ugh. You guys are soulmates. What are you doing? You're throwing it away. Caroline does go overboard sometimes, but I get it.
Alaric, despite being closer to Damon than Stefan, since he's settled into this paternal role in Elena's life, he's I'm not going to encourage Damon to go for her because I can see that this man has his own issues he needs to sort out. I'm going to let Elena make that choice on her own. There really is no one else who's on Team Delena.
Not a single person. And that's why we got to bring in a Rose. So yeah, that ends 319. Next episode, Elena and Caroline are setting up the 20s dance at school. It's another decade dance, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between and outside. We are always dancing at this school. We've moved back a few decades, though, because we did 50s and then we did 60s. Do they do 2-decade dances in a year?
Oh my gosh, they must. Because we're only with them in high school for 2 years.
Yes.
We're only with them in junior year and senior year, but they managed to have 4-decade dances during the course of this show.
That's crazy. I don't remember the season 4 one, but I know these 3 ones.
In season 1, they do the 50s dance. In season 2, they do the 60s dance. That's when Klaus is possessing Alaric. Season 3, they're supposed to do 70s, but Rebecca has worked her way onto the committee and convinces everyone to do 20s because she's like, I wasn't here for the 70s.
Why.
I don't care. I want to do the 20s.
Let's go back to my glory days. Okay. So they're preparing a Roaring Twenties dance. Elena has asked Matt to help Jeremy readjust now that he's back in town. So they're busy bromancing. God, what could have been? Caroline probes Elena about kissing Damon at the motel and suggests that she should bring Stefan to the dance because if we're evaluating who's the right Salvatore, he should get a fair shot with her while she's figuring out her feelings. Elena does clock the clear bias, but she calls Stefan up anyways and invites him. Stefan happily agrees. He shows up at her doorstep with a little flower pin. He's in a full tuxedo. And it's almost as if no time has passed at all. They show up at the dance. They get to dancing. They're like dancing to like an upbeat number. 5 seconds of them dancing and the music changes and suddenly it's a slow dance and it's like, oh, okay, all right, guys. So they start slow dancing. She starts to say about the trip to Denver, but Stefan says, I don't need to know. If we find our way back to each other after all this is over, you can tell me after. And she asks him why he's being so fair about all of this. Stefan says after everything he's put her through, he's just honored to be her date tonight. I'm going to keep in control. I'm going to control myself. I'm going to be a professional. This is a reminder, though, that time has, in fact, passed. It's been a couple of episodes of them rebuilding trust, of Stefan making his way back from the edge. They're both quite different people now, almost discovering each other anew. Damon comes along and tells them that Alaric is out. I think he left his herbs behind and went off. He claimed to Duke, but clearly was lying. Of course, Esther then shows up, having been gone for like 6-ish episodes, and says, willingly or not, girlie, you're coming with me. I've got magic moves to make, and you know I need a doppelganger.
Her secret ingredient.
Her spice to the witch's brew. Elena's like, all right, let me be your coriander to the tikka masala. Esther brings her to the cemetery where Elena sees that Rick is there in full Alaric mode and Esther is busy remaking him as an enhanced original vampire. Elena tries to get through to Rick, but Jekyll is gone and only Hyde remains. Thank you, I thought that was really clever. Esther bloodbends some of her doppelganger blood out. It's really
She
painful.
really does.
She's full Hammer in this episode and I support her.
It seems to like start at Elena's heart because you can hear her heartbeat and she clutches her chest and then it like moves up her arm and then out of the palm of her hand.
She said, I'm getting that pulse flow. I'm sending it in the right direction. We don't want you to die. Puts the blood into her spell bowl where she's got other things in there and mixes it together and makes Rick drink from it. And then drives a stake into his chest. She tells Elena that he might be himself when he comes back in transition, and so she should take that moment to say her goodbyes. This is all very reminiscent of, like, we're right at the end of the season. It's very Jenna and the Sacrifice. It's all just, like, bringing up all sorts of trauma. Elena calls Esther out on her hypocrisy in creating an original to kill her original children. And Esther's like, no, girlie. Rick will die when his task is done. But she's keeping mum about how exactly that's gonna happen. At the end, Jeremy and Matt show up to help because they're the only humans in the group, they can leave the, like, border spell she's put around the school. But they get bloodbended into facing their weapons against each other.
She really is Hammer. She's like flinging Sokka with his sword drawn at Aang.
Mm-hmm. Y'all can take care of each other. I'll be busy over here. Elena's shouting for her to stop. But it's Rick appearing from the shadows who drives a stake in Esther's back, killing her. Clearly back to himself, at least for that moment. He decides not to complete the transition. And so Elena and Jeremy have to say goodbye to the last family member they have left. I think it's in this moment they have a little send-off for him. Like, everyone shows up outside the crypt that he's going to, like, sequester himself in so that he can make sure nothing untoward happens and he dies properly. Damon's gonna make sure that happens. Elena and Jeremy, Bonnie, Caroline, Stefan, Matt, I think Tyler's here because he was at the
Tyler
dance.
is there, yeah.
And Meredith. And it's just like, damn. Gilbert kids never catch a break. She goes to Rick's office to clean out his weapon stash, and she starts to spiral. Elena's very much someone who's just like, I need to clean the entire house or else I will collapse to this grief. Stefan is like, listen, this is not helping. Let's go somewhere else. And he takes her out into the gym because they're at the school. And he tells her that night, because it's the school gym, when Klaus compelled Stefan to hurt Elena. He says that night was his rock bottom, even more than the 20s when he was in full ripper mode, full blood haze, no way back, because he was compelled to hurt her and he never wanted to feel again. But Elena was the one who told him it's okay to feel, no matter how much it hurts, because our emotions are what make us human. That's when she sort of like lets it all in and she starts crying and she says, I don't have anyone anymore. And Stefan tells her, you have me. And he holds her as she cries. And that's how the episode ends. And it's rough, but it is like, it's heartening to have Stefan just like back in her corner and have them in a good place. In a weird way, that's like the silver lining of this episode.
Stelena.
Stelena. They're like bantering the whole episode too. It's really cute. They do this book open, book end thing. This is the book end where he tells her this and she's like, who told you that? And he's like, some girl I used to date. Because at the beginning of the episode, he's like, are you sure you want to go to the dance? And she's like, no, we should find a way to live our lives even though we're constantly facing danger. We always have to find a way to like find the normal in everything because there'll always be something else waiting. And he asks, who told you that? And she says, some guy I used to date. So like there's this cute thing that they've got going the whole episode, and it's nice to have them back.
I will say that's not where the episode ends.
It's where it ends for Elena, to be clear.
The ending of the episode is, I actually forgot that Jamie is in this episode because he's Bonnie's date.
I didn't forget, I blocked it out.
Yeah, Bonnie leaves her snuggles with Jamie to go and make Evilaric complete the transition into Vampilaric.
Our icon, our legend, the man we all want dead and gone. In the penultimate episode, Elena and Jeremy are repainting Rick's room in an effort to just keep moving. Stefan shows up and offers to help, and Jeremy, speaking for the audience, is like, are y'all back together now, or what? And he says, if you're really trying to help, maybe leave and give us one day without vampires.
Yep. Jeremy's getting to that point where he's like, I'm kind of sick of all of you.
Sick and tired of all of you and the drama you're constantly bringing. Like, I'm almost anti, actually. It doesn't matter if you're a little nice, Stefan. You're still one of them. Which, fair enough. Damon shows up on their doorstep, dragging Bonnie by the arm, and that's when they learn that Esther and the witches, apparently, I didn't know
all right,
he's
he's not dragging her. He's holding her up because she's bleeding from the neck.
It's crazy that he hasn't given her vampire blood to heal. I'm just like, everything about that scenario, it's like, you found her and dragged her back to this house as she was? You didn't let her grab a paper towel to wipe her neck down? Nothing? Wild.
Because Vampilaric is the one who fed off her while she was in a trance to complete his transition.
Yeah.
And then I guess Damon woke up and helped her get back. After everything that's happened with her mom, she probably said, I don't want your blood in my system. No, thank you.
Sure. It's just like, damn. Give her your jacket or something. Why would Damon do that? I don't know. Anyway, fine. Damon escorts Bonnie to the front door and they find out that Esther and the witches, which I didn't know that like a bunch of witches on the other side were involved. I thought it was just Esther, but seems to have been a collective plan. They orchestrated Rick's transition through Bonnie.
Esther is that white girl in a black sorority. She is so in with these Bennett witches. Her sisters. She's like, Bonnie, your sisters need you to finish what I started.
And it's like, my sisters? Why are you telling me this? Why are you the spokesperson of my sisters? Crazy. And he's got the indestructible white oak stake, which was made by melting the Gilbert ring onto it. Really genius bit of
alchemy.
Yeah, alchemy there. I really liked it. Vampilaric calls Elena up, tells her that he's at the school with Caroline, and she should come straight there without telling anyone or he's gonna kill her. Elena, of course, sneaks out, finds Caroline in Rick's classroom, tied up. Elena tells Rick to let her go, and he says, go ahead, free her. And when Elena does try to free Caroline, he stops her and says he's told her time and again to stop trusting vampires.
Which is, I'm like, oh, so he's saying, don't trust me because I am a vampire, but also I'm self-righteous and let's kill these things. I'm like, what's going on here, Rick?
The existence of Vamplaric is a bag of contradictions that, like, really you have to sit with. Because he's like, don't trust vampires. I mean me. But also I'm doing the right thing. What? Where are we, buddy?
It be your own people.
It do. So then he makes her sit and watch while he tortures Caroline. When Elena objects, Rick asks if this isn't what she wanted, for him to teach her how to kill vampires. He tries to force her to kill Caroline, puts the, like, indestructible white oak stake in her hand and tries to get her to stake Caroline. Elena flips the stake and swings back on him, and he catches it, and he says, I taught you better than that. And she says, yeah, you did. And she grabs a beaker of vervain water on the table with her free hand and smashes it on his face. Brilliant. Brilliant
Love
move.
action girl Elena.
Distraction, sleight of hand, all her rogue tricks are back. Caroline escapes, but he blocks Elena from leaving and keeps her there, saying that he should kill her because she's the biggest vampire sympathizer. But Elena's like, okay, for some reason though, you don't want to kill me, so what are we doing here? Stefan and Damon rush in to grab him. They've made a plan with Klaus because, of course, Klaus needs his doppelganger safe. Remotely, Bonnie's doing a spell to stop Jeremy's heart, and they've given, I believe, Stefan the power to connect with Rick's heart so that it will get stopped at the same time. It's how Abby desiccated Michael back in the day. She stopped a human heart to stop the vampire's heart, which I think is really hardcore and cool. So Bonnie's doing the spell. They are getting their asses handed to them by Rick. I think they both get their necks snapped. And then Klaus comes in and struggles to get him down. So Elena, I don't know where she pulls a knife from, but you know my bitch always has a knife nearby. I don't know if it's like a nail clipper with a switchblade, but she pulls a knife, holds it to her throat, and says, I'll kill myself if you don't let him go. Because she's put together that Esther has tied Rick's life to hers so that he has one mortal lifespan to kill the originals and will then die when Elena dies. Rick tells her she's wrong. And she's like, am I? And then starts cutting into her jugular vein. Like the same situation in season 2 when Elijah called her bluff and she stabbed herself in the stomach.
Yes.
My girl will always follow up on a threat. He yells for her to stop, and it's enough for Klaus to get free of him, and then he snatches Elena and runs. Always snatching Elena and running, that man. The next she sees anything, because I guess she's unconscious after the blood loss, is she wakes up in a chair in Klaus's free-floating mansion, where he, of course, true fashion, has a nurse draining her of all of her blood. This man.
Klaus was like, this is my bookend. Let's end this the way we began season 3.
Klaus said, I have a narrative arc to fulfill. I have some poetic irony to slip in at the end here. So mind your business and bleed some blood. Tyler comes in and sees her and she begs for his help. Real groggy, real dizzy. He moves to go, but Klaus orders him to fetch more blood bags. Having to keep up the ruse of the fact that like his Cybon is still intact when in fact it is not, Tyler heads off. While Elena's bleeding out, she tells Klaus, if I die, you can't make more hybrids. And Klaus says these last few liters of blood will have to do, because it's a bit too much trouble to hang around in Mystic Falls now that there's an unkillable man trying to kill me. Cutting his losses. Besides, after Esther's machinations, he and his siblings are like tight now.
Which is so ironic that she strengthened their bond by trying to kill them.
That's what he says. He says, by trying to kill us, you've actually made us closer than ever. So thank you. Which I thought was funny. Elena says, but you're still taking my blood though. Because you want a backup family. Because you know your actual family will never trust you again. You might be tight now, but you had them daggered in boxes for decades. Some of them for centuries. Klaus is like, yeah, well, you came between the Salvatores, actually, so you're the worst, not me.
I love the two of them being bitchy with each other.
It's so good. It's like, I know you are, but what am I?
This season, Elena has been really good at reading people. Like you mentioned with Rebecca earlier, where she's like, Rebecca, the real reason you're tormenting me is because I pretended to like you and then I literally daggered you in the back. I hurt your feelings. That's why you're upset.
Now she's like, you, Klaus. You know your family will never trust you, so you need your backup plan of hybrids, you loser. And he's like, no, I'm not. You're the bitch. Shut up.
She's like, you know what? I used to be a cheerleader. I know how to read people. I'll read you also.
Right at the end, before he leaves, he leans into her and he says, just between us girls, who would you have picked? Which is like, what?
I love that. I think that's my favorite Klaus line.
I think it's funny in the context of Klaus, but it's funnier because a number of characters have been consistently pushing Elena to be like, so what's the deal? So who are you picking? Because that is the narrative arc of the season, right? We are all waiting for this love triangle to resolve. But the writers are like, the question needs to come from all sides. We need to build up this tension. We need to build up for the climax. And it's like, Klaus? Why does Klaus care?
Even Klaus is like, I'm killing you now, but I want to know how the season would have ended.
Just curious. What would have been the finale? I just want to know. It's so funny.
And the fact that he says, just between us girls. And I'm like, you know what?
Which is like,
I would have loved me a queer Klaus.
I would have loved a queer Klaus because he's such a bitch.
Yes.
It would be so good. The mean gay vampire who's older and more powerful than most people in the world. I live for that. He would be Lestat is the thing, right? He would be Lestat de Leoncourt from Interview with the Vampire. It's many incarnations. And that's what's holding Klaus back, I think. After Klaus is gone, Tyler does come back to free Elena and help her out. But Klaus comes back and finds him, and he starts singing Olivia Rodrigo, as he always does, and knocks Tyler and Elena back. He knocks both Tyler and Elena because Elena's like in Tyler's arms. And this is when Elena, being thrown across the room, like you said, cracks her head against a counter and is out cold. She, of course, has lost a lot of blood too. When she comes to, Stefan and Damon have come in and stopped Klaus using Bonnie's desiccation spell on him instead of Rick. The boys take her home, and it's this funny moment where the two of them are now like standing on her doorstep and watching, just like, you know, strapping young suitors awaiting the lady's call. She turns and looks at them and says, I know it's selfish and it seems like I'm stringing you both along, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Because once this love triangle resolves, I lose one of you and I've lost enough people. Which I get. For as much as like Damon is this complexity, Damon is a friend. Damon has always been not always, but Damon has been a friend for some time. I was gonna say always, but I was like, no, he was a villain in that first arc, and then he killed her brother that one time, and then he abused her best friend. But for better or for worse, Damon has more often than not been a friend to her. So even if she picks Stefan and she loses Damon, she's losing a friend. It's a tough situation. And frankly, why are y'all as brothers coming to this girl and being like, you have to choose between us? And it's like, well, damn, now I have to ruin someone's life? She didn't ask for this. She has a little victory party with her friends because they're like, Klaus is desiccated, we're done with him. At the end, because she's still like painting Rick's room for whatever reason, she feels a pain in her head and her neck suddenly and passes out, collapses to the ground. The finale arrives. As y'all probably know, Vamp Larrick is trying to kill Rebecca and Klaus. Damon, Stefan, and the MFG are trying to keep that from happening, so they're moving Klaus's body elsewhere. It's a whole thing. The finale opens with Pink's So What blasting on the radio. Love that song. We're with pre-tragedy cheerleader Elena. She's with Jenna and her mom, both alive in the kitchen of their home. In actuality, she is dreaming, and when she wakes up, she's in a hospital bed. Jeremy takes her home to come rest. I think there's a bunch of other people there. And when she's at home, she has another flashback of her, Bonnie, and Matt on the day of the bonfire that was the night her parents died. And the crumbling of Matt Lena. Is that their ship name?
I have no idea what their ship name is.
Never thought to ask.
Melena,
I guess. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because Stelena, Delena, Melena would be the logical. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that was the day where she was like, might break up with him. She then wakes up to see him on watch in the living room because everyone's really worried about her. She just had a health scare. And she apologizes to him for stringing him along back then because she's feeling a lot of guilt for what's happening with the Salvatores now. Stefan comes over to make sure that she's all right and to join the bodyguard rotation. And then Elijah comes over. Again, we haven't seen him since like episode 16, something like that. He offers to help them by disarming Rick and taking the white oak stake with him and drawing him away from Mystic Falls, so long as they give him Klaus's body with the promise that he will not revive him within Elena's lifetime or her children's lifetimes or her children's children. I think she asks him, why do you need Klaus's body so bad? And he's like, he's my brother. After everything else, I want him by my side, even though he's a little bitch and I'm not reviving him. Damon's on the phone because, again, Damon is transporting Klaus's body elsewhere. He's on the other end of that phone bitching, and Stefan's like, as per usual, it's up to Elena because it's Elena's life. And Elena says, you have a deal. So then Jeremy, Stefan, and Elijah go off to lure Rick into a place so that Elijah can attack. Elena is going to stay behind, obviously, because, again, she's just come out of the hospital. She stops Stefan before he leaves, but then says, it's okay, we can talk when you get back. And he starts to leave, and then he looks like he's thinking better of it and turns around and sweeps Elena into a really big kiss. And when they pull apart, he's like, in case there isn't a next time, because this might be the last time they see each other, they're going to fight Rick with a white oak stake. After they're all gone, Matt, who's staying behind to watch over Elena, gives her some tea, and she balks at the taste. And Matt tells her he over-honeyed. He's not good at making tea.
It's like, Matt, haven't you worked in a restaurant for like a year?
It's like, you should absolutely know how to make tea, coffee, and any drink people ask for. What are you up to? He's then playing therapist for Elena, as he has been for this entire season, because she has to pick a Salvatore. This is when she says the thing about Stefan. She says, Stefan reminded her how to live and makes her glad to be alive. Or Damon, who consumes her. It's always this consumption thing with Damon, and I'm just like, what does that even mean? Should someone consume you? Should you lose yourself in your loved one? I don't know. What do I know? She says, something really sad. She says she wishes her mother was here to give her some advice. And it is the sort of thing you talk to your mom about. They then flash back to her calling home after she and Matt fought at the bonfire. And her mom gives her some sound advice and says, you already know how you feel. You won't be losing Matt if you break up with him. You'd be setting him free. That old butterfly adage rings true even today.
Aww. Miranda Summers Gilbert.
Icon, legend. Wish you were alive, bestie. I need to know what your deal was. From this flashback now, third time's the charm, it seems she's fallen asleep again. When she wakes up, she's in Matt's truck and realizes she's drugged her. It's so crazy when you think about it. He just drugged her, put her in his truck, and then drove off. Him and Jeremy have spoken.
Yeah, considering it was a plan that he and Jeremy came up with, I'm like, listen, girl, the number of times you've had Jeremy compelled.
Fair is fair in sibling warfare. He's taking her out of town to keep her safe. Unfortunately, he then gets a call from Jeremy about Evelaric staking Klaus. They are still unsure who is their sire, but Klaus has asserted right before they wanted to kill him that you'll be pleased to know I am your sire. I know it for a fact, so you can't kill me. So there's a very big possibility that they're all gonna die now. And there's a definite situation of Tyler dying. So a lot going on. Elena's like, we have to go back. He tells her that Damon isn't with the rest of the group. He's off in Chicago or Georgia or wherever he's gone with Klaus's body. So we can keep driving to Damon or we can turn around and drive to Stefan.
And they are exactly halfway when they realize this, according to Matt.
He counted. He looked on his little Google Maps and he was like, yep, just about right. Let's stop over here. Brilliant. I do love that, like, the narrative is like, Elena, you won't decide? Okay, the universe is going to decide for you, girlie. Pick now. Pick now. No, first thought, best thought. Instinctively, who are you picking? She then calls up Damon to say goodbye, because she's not going to him, she's going back. Of course, not just to Stefan, but to Caroline, Barney, to Tyler, who's definitely going to die, all her loved ones. Damon then says, okay, but if you had to make a choice, if it was down to me or Stefan, who would it be? And Elena says, I love Stefan. He came into my life when I needed someone, and I fell for him instantly. No matter what I feel for you, Damon, I never unfell for Stefan. Which I thought was, an interesting assertion. Then, the stupid retcon.
Well, I mean, the retcon doesn't happen yet.
It's certainly the next thing that happens for Elena, is why I'm saying the stupid retcon. It's not even an Elena scene, it's a Damon scene. Damon's about to be killed by Rick, and he's flashing back to meeting Elena on the bonfire night, apparently first the whole time. Yeah.
Elena says, maybe if I had met you first. In the flashback, Damon, I guess, is skulking around Mystic Falls pre-season 1, waiting to get Catherine out of a tomb. Sees Elena on her own after her phone call with her mother, and is like, Catherine? And she's like, no, I'm Elena. And then I guess using his vampire senses, he confirms that yes, she is human. This is not Catherine. She just looks a lot like Catherine for some reason. They speak a bit and he's like, you're an interesting girl. I hope that you find everything you want in life. Passion, drive, a sexy brunette man to lure you over to the dark side. But I have evil plans to concoct right now. So I'm going to compel you to forget this because nobody can know I'm back in town. And it's like, who would she have told? She doesn't know who you are.
I finally cracked it, I think. And I think in the Damon episode, we got to a little bit of this point where it's like, the retcon is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? I said it earlier. I'd forgotten that I wrote this down. I said it earlier. It's like, what's with all this talk of like, it consumes her, it's consumption, whatever. All this talk about Damon and her relationship with Damon consuming her. He says in this retcon flashback that, no, you want a love that consumes you. An adventure and even a little danger. Because apparently he's...
This girl I've just met.
Yeah, she says, how would you know? He's like, I've been around, I know people. It's like, time and time will show you actually don't know people at all, Damon, but alright. But it's like, all the talk of like, Damon consuming her, or what she feels for Damon consuming her, is for this moment, for this flashback that in retcon happens before all of that, affirming that that is what Elena actually wants. So it's this shitty self-fulfilling writing to be like, no, even though she picks Stefan, Damon is the choice for her. Damon is the right one. Damon is who she really wants and who would suit her best.
I mean, if we're going to define a love that consumes you in this way, I'm like, did her love for Stefan not consume her?
Guess not. She had half a meal with Stefan, as it turns out.
She spent her summer trying to find him. She drove cross-country to get him back. Even when he was heavily hinting he didn't want to be found. She allowed Ghost Lexi to try and detox him, even though she knew that it was like risking her bestie's relationship with her brother. Like, what? I don't understand. I'm like...
Not enough. Not enough. Not consuming enough.
It's not consuming her because Stefan didn't snap her brother's neck while he was having a tantrum.
Yeah, that's consumption. Because Stefan doesn't threaten physical violence on her. Stefan lets her do too much, I think. I think that's the issue. He respects her too much, and he lets her make too many choices. And choices will come up in the first episode of the new season.
And he's not willing to murder all her friends in order to save her.
God, just needs to do a lot more consuming. It's crazy to be like, Stefan isn't consuming enough, the literal blood addict. Anyway, none of my business. They get the call from Caroline that Tyler is dead. Matt and Elena are on their way back at this point. She answers the phone, and Caroline's sobbing at the other end. Of course, Tyler isn't dead. Klaus has been jumped into his body. So that's something to deal with next season. Then Rebecca comes out on the middle of Wickery Bridge. I don't know if Rebecca knew. It's too poetic, I think. Like, Rebecca had to know about the bridge. Maybe it's just the only bridge in town, and that was her opportunity. But, like, it feels like she was like, yeah, well, you were meant to die, bitch. Now you die.
I'm sure given that she, has spoken to Damon and Stefan and is Klaus's little sister, she's probably gathered that information from someone. She was going to their high school for a while, so she could have asked around, what's the deal with Elena? I love that it's always like, oh, Rebecca ran them off the road. That's not usually the term you use when a pedestrian is the reason for you crashing. Also, all she does is stand there and cause Matt to swerve out of the way on instinct. And she looks at them going off the bridge with a sort of expression like, oh dear, poor you.
I don't really do anything yet. It's like, Matt, you couldn't just hit the... Don't you know how to emergency brake? I don't understand. Hit the brake and the clutch at the same time and your car will stop pretty instantly. Also, knock into that bitch. Who cares? I'm so baffled. You choose to swerve off the bridge into the river. Oh man. They crash, they go off into the water, and we begin to cut between the crash from 2 years ago and the current one. In the past, her mum seems to have already drowned or maybe just died on impact. It's unclear, but she is motionless. Her dad is trying to break a way out of the car. Back in the present, Matt is unconscious and Elena is trying to break a way out. In the past, her dad reaches back to hold Elena's hand and he shakes his head to sort of say non-verbally that they're not going to make it. And it's crazy, 16-year-old girl sees her dad who's probably going through the thing of like, I couldn't protect my family, we're all drowning in this river. She sees that, she's like, she just nods. She's like, I understand. We're dying here. It's so crazy to be like, how do you stay so calm at the bottom of a river? I don't know. I'd be freaking out, girl. You're better than me. She just nods in acceptance. And she says, I love you. And bubbles rise from her mouth to the surface as she does. And let's go. And that's when Stefan shows up at Grayson's window. Grayson, seeing him, immediately shakes his head and points to the back of the car where Elena is. So Stefan goes to the back of the window and frowns because he sees Catherine. Cut to the present where Stefan has again found the sunken car. He pulls the door of Matt's truck off and he reaches across Matt to grab Elena. And she shakes her head and motions for him to take Matt. They argue sort of under the water silently back and forth, but she is insistent. He has to take Matt first. And
Really?
Stefan, as always, respects her decision.
That is true. But I'm like, you just ripped the door off a car. You couldn't snap a seatbelt with that same hand? Because Elena is conscious.
Yeah.
She could have swum out while you were dragging Matt.
The open door that you have made for her to swim out. It's like, what are we... But also, Elena just sort of sits there. Is what I will say. And right after he takes Matt out, she just sort of goes, my work here is done. It's like, Elena! We're drowning!
She's been wanting to martyr herself for a while now.
She's been so ready to go. Oh, God. He pulls Matt out, carries him off, and we stay on Elena, who loses the last bit of her oxygen and drowns. The same way her father did. It's really tragic. It's really tragic. It is a closed loop, like you say, of like, she's always wanted to just martyr herself because she's got all this survivor's guilt. She's like, I was meant to die at that crash. She eulogized this past self of hers that died. And now she's like, all as it should be.
It really, I was thinking earlier that a lot of Matt this season post Ghost World arc is just being Elena's bestie, like just being there for her a lot of the time. And I was like, yeah, maybe it's because the writers are trying to keep him around as an eventual option if the Salvatore brothers go away like they had always planned. But now I'm like, oh, it was probably just so that in the end when she sacrifices herself for him, it makes sense. This is someone that she loves, someone she's close to, someone who's been there with her.
They were setting up for this moment.
He eulogizes her on the bridge when he's like, here lies Elena, a fun girlfriend, a great friend. And she's like, this is where I should have died.
Oh, that's so... Oh, you're so right. Woof, that's rough. And I mean, that is her longest standing friend. They say before that, like, their parents were best friends and they've known each other since they were like 2 years old. They were in diapers friends. And that's really like, what more could you ask for? And what more would you do for a friend that long standing, that good to you? The friend who's been your rock, not just in this year where you've had a really hard time with the people who are usually a support system, but just like the whole time. Yeah. We next see Elena lying dead on a paramedic stretcher. Stefan is at her side, looking fully cried out, face swollen, eyes red. Out in the hospital proper, Meredith is telling Damon, but really telling us, the viewers, that when they brought Elena in earlier for her head injury, it was actually worse than she told them, and she had to use vampire blood to save her. That's when we come back to Elena on the bed. Breaking Dawn Part 1 close. Zoom in on her face. Gasps for breath, eyes shoot open. Now in vampire transition. And we end season 3. Crazy as hell. I remember, because at that point I was watching live, and I remember being stunned, and then having to wait so long for season 4 to drop.
That was a great way to end season 3. Like I say, seasons 1, 2, and 3, just great seasons, great writing in general. I mean, we have our complaints about Damon and some other things, but they knew what they were doing, they knew what they wanted to do, and they were doing it well. All downhill from here.
Despite, because I obviously, and whoever will be upset that I'm always just such a hard ass about Damon, despite all my complaints about Damon, I think this is Damon and Elena's best time, season 3.
Yeah.
This is when they were at their best, at least in my opinion. This is when I at least somewhat enjoyed them.
Yeah, because you assume that if they're going to go there, Damon is going to get better.
I don't even want to say better as a moral judgment, that Damon will grow.
Yes.
That Damon will grow somehow. That's what I want to say.
And if you're like me, you're like, Stelena is endgame. We'll do Damon for like a season or 2, and then eventually we'll end up with Steph.
Yeah, I guess on that note, let's jump into season 4. Our new intro, Mystic Falls. I was born here. This is my home.
And mine.
And mine.
And mine.
Which really took me by surprise when I first saw it. Something I noticed this time, not to bring the mood down right at the beginning, but there's a line where they're like, supernatural creatures have always been here. There are those who protect them. There are those who want them dead. They are our friends, the ones we love. And interstitial, there's like little clips relative to what they're saying. And on the ones we love, they show Elena kissing Damon in episode 19 of season 3 outside the motel. And then they show Elena kissing Stefan in episode 10 of the first season after they had sex for the first time. And that should have been the sign that everything was going to fall apart in this season.
Yes.
Editing, especially for like trailers and for intro sequences, is such an intentional thing that it's like putting that scene first, putting the Damon scene first before the Stefan scene had to be intentional. So, Elena wakes in her own bed with Stefan watching over her, and he catches her up on the fact that she died with vampire blood in her system and she's now in transition.
I like that they clarify, because they obviously realized that she was now waking up in a different spot than she'd woken up at the end of season 3. And he's like, you've been in and out of it for a while. And I'm like, okay, because now that's how transition works.
I guess we can't start immediately in the hospital scene. We've already closed down that set. That's why I'm like, I don't know where I got it, where I was like, maybe they were getting cancelled they potentially could have been cancelled at the end of season 3. It's like, yeah, why does it feel like there was a hard reset? I don't know. I don't know anything about production.
I don't know about the final episode, but leading up, it certainly felt like things were closing. Like, they finally stopped Klaus. And it was like, okay, all the damage to Stelena was being repaired, and she'd sort of dipped a toe in the Damon pond, but was going back. It was like, okay, is everything fine now? Tyler's free of the sire bond. He's back in town. Like,
right.
Are we closing out this chapter? And then suddenly it's like, oh no, Klaus is alive. Bonnie put him in Tyler's body. Elena's in transition. It's like,
Elena's a vampire.
Evil Lorik has outed the sympathizers on the Mystic Falls Council. And I was like, okay. There's still a lot to get through.
It's possible they were waiting for the season 4 green light, and then when they got it, they had already shot most of the season, and then maybe shot like the last episode or the last 2 episodes post green light to be like, well, now we need to set up season 4. But I don't know. I'm not privy to what was happening at the time.
Yeah. Because even Elijah saying, I will leave Klaus desiccated for your lifetime, your children's lifetimes, and your grandchildren's lifetimes. It was like, oh, he's not coming back. You'll
never see him again. They were preparing to end with the season, which I respect in terms of writing. It's like a lot of shows when it's like, ooh, we might get renewed, we might get cancelled, just leave on a cliffhanger, and then you're just unfulfilled for the rest of your life. So it's nice that they were like, we could wrap this up. But anyways, I guess that's like a double-edged sword because now the beginning of the next season is weird and clunky. Elena immediately asserting that she doesn't want to be a vampire, she never did, and that she was ready to die in that car crash. Bonnie is off trying to figure out a way out of this now that she's drawing on what we'll later learn very vaguely is dark magic. Damon's in the background of the scene, mouthing off and generally being unhelpful. And at the end, when it's like, we're gonna exhaust every possibility and take the full day of this transition before we go, okay, Elena's gonna feed and transition. And Damon, very haughtily, with like a sigh of annoyance, is like, your choice, Elena, as always. Which is, this man will never change. Never!
I'm like, always, as if you've ever respected her choices before.
Well, his implication is like, always, you always get your stupid way where everything goes wrong, in my opinion, and I don't get what I want, right? It's like, oh, it was your choice to save Matt, and that's why you died, and now you're in transition, and you should never be trusted to make a choice, is the thing. Elena goes through the experience of the transition. She gets the heightened senses, the heightened emotions, hurtful gums, because her vampire fangs are, I guess, ready to come out. Jeremy checks in on her, makes sure she's okay, and he's aware of what Bonnie's doing, and he's like, yeah, hopefully she pulls through, because I need my sister, not another one of them.
Oof.
Nightmare time. I think at the end of that scene, because she's in like sensory overload, there's a lamp that's humming, because lamps hum normally, but she's hearing it really loud. She goes over, she rips off the shade, and she breaks the lamp bulb with her bare hands. Her first display of like vampire strength, I guess. She's struggling to hold food down. She's having constant thoughts about blood. Stefan says he thinks he made a mistake. He should have saved her first. And she says, then Matt would be dead. And what would I be doing now? What would I be going through? She asserts that he did the right thing, and he did what he always does, which is to respect her wishes. He asks, what am I meant to do now? Because she either has the choice to let herself die or become a vampire, the thing she never wanted. And she says, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah. She starts laughing because she's like, oh, I just realized the irony of that because I went off the Rickory Bridge twice. That's crazy. Starts laughing uncontrollably. And Stefan's like, your emotions are a little bit heightened at the moment. And then it turns into crying. And Stefan pulls her in and is like, a lot heightened. It's really rough. It's rough for our girl. A perk of being in transition, though, is that she starts getting compelled memories back. The only compelled memories of hers are those done by Damon.
I mean, how many times has Elena been compelled? Because Stefan gave her protection pretty quickly.
Very quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody else who has compelled her has taken away a memory.
Always when someone else is compelling her, it's to make her do something or to fish for information. Damon is the only person who is just perpetually erasing her memory. So, yeah. Pastor Young shows up. He's staging a hostile takeover of the council because, as you said, the sheriff and the mayor have been outed as sympathizers. He shows up to Elena's house and snatches Stefan because they're rounding up vampires. And he takes Elena to his house, claiming that it's because she'll be safest there. She's struggling to keep her cool because, again, she's still adjusting to her vampire senses. And after way too much sensory overload, she runs out of Pastor Young's house. It's like a fisheye lens on her, and her vision keeps cutting in and out, and the sun is shining way too brightly, and she just stops running in the middle of the field, and the vision cuts out, cuts back in, and a deputy's in front of her, whacks her over the head with a shotgun. So she's out for the count. She wakes up in a jail that they've thrown her in, couple of cells. She finds Stefan and Rebecca there,
which are just on the farm, and it's that usual nonsense of this is reinforced steel alloy, not even the vampires can break out.
It's like okay, the barn is wood though.
There's no way that he put this together after Vampalaric outed the mayor and the sheriff, so he must have already had this on his property, which is interesting considering he's not from one of the founding families, but whatever.
And he's also not been a concern these past 2 years. So what is this?
But clearly he knows what's been going on because he doesn't make it seem like, oh, you were outed and then someone came and told me what you were. It seems like he was on the council. I don't know, maybe his mother was a Forbes or something.
And she got married. Maybe. He knows everything. He knows about the White Oak Steak. He's like, okay, and then you'll give us the White Oak Steak and we'll kill all these vampires and be done with it. It's like, how are you getting all this information, Pastor Young? Maybe Rick told him. I don't know.
I'm like, why do you have a jail cell on your little church farm property? This is so creepy.
What is this pastor up to? It's giving Father Paul from Midnight Mass, and I'm not about it.
No.
Which, funny reference that is. I actually didn't realize until this moment. Very, very apropos reference. They are pumping aerosolized vervain into the barn, so everyone's weak.
So he's even got the vervain ventilation system like Bill Forbes had
Set up.
This is
It's been at most a day since Elena went unconscious and since Rick exposed them. So he's had everything ready to go. Pastor Young. Hi. Man of the Lord. The Lord works in mysterious ways. She tells Stefan that she hasn't fed. And Rebecca, who's just across from them, is like, oh, so, given the math, you've got like 3 hours until you die. This should be fun. It's just like, Rebecca, first of all.
She's literally like, I get to watch you die all over again.
God. After she was like, this wasn't personal. It's like, clearly it's very personal for you.
It's like this mean girl shtick that she started off season 3 with. I'm like, are we still on this, Rebecca?
It's so tired. It's so tired, Becky. You're 1,000. Get out of this high school in this one-horse town. See go to Milan, okay? Go to Fashion Week in Paris. What are you doing? There's a moment when Bonnie almost manages to, I don't know what she was trying to do, but she lifts Elena
I
up.
also don't know. She was astral projecting onto the other side because she was like,
right?
Elena's in transition, so she's neither alive nor dead, which means her spirit should still be on the other side, which I was like, that doesn't track, but okay, keep going.
Doesn't make any sense.
And then she's like, I can go to the other side and then bring her back from there. And I'm like, were we already dabbling in other side resurrection at this point? How would that even work? Because Elena's not a ghost. She has a physical body that we see Bonnie lifting up when she astral projects to her.
So it's like, in lifting her body, how are you bringing her soul back? I don't get it. Because it's not like they're doing like an abstract symbolic thing of her lifting her up. Elena says to Stefan something's happening as she is standing up in the real world and walking towards the gate of her enclosure. It's like, what's gonna happen here? What was the goal? We never find out because Grams interrupts her and is like, this is dark shit, baby. Get out of here. So who knows what she was doing?
Because I'm like, it's not even like Elena has a separate body that you can lead her back to. Were you gonna like take her to Wickery Bridge and like find her dissipated life force and put it back into her and turn her human? Was that the cure all along?
Or was she already trying to do what they then do in season 5 when everyone like dies and then comes back from the other side, body and soul
That's what I was
intact?
saying. Were we already dabbling with other side resurrection? Because I'm
Yes.
Because I'm like, even then, Elena wasn't a spirit. She is physical right now.
She's
so
physically
you can't
there.
pull
She's
her
in
through
her body.
and reconstitute a new flesh and blood body. Which, listen, never made sense.
No.
But makes more sense than this.
No idea what the plan was. Elena tells Stefan she needs blood. She's dying. And this is her like assertion of like, okay, even if I don't want to be a vampire, I need to survive. Stefan springs to action, tries to pull the attention of a nearby guard, tries to goad him into getting closer, but the guy refuses and shoots him twice. So he goes down. As Elena starts to fade away, Stefan's telling her that they should have had her feed in the morning, that he's so sorry. And she says there's nothing to be sorry about. He had hope, and that's all she wanted him to do. And Stefan says that he loves her so much. And she tells him, I was on Wickery Bridge last night because I was coming home to you. I chose you because I love you. And it's the best choice I ever made, no matter what happens. Rebecca sitting from across the room watching them, very swayed by this, which I'm like, oh wow, okay, well, I guess a girl who loves love, you know, all else falls away at the sight of just true love. I get it. I wish you'd gotten there earlier. When the guards come back in, she looks at Stefan, gives him a look to be like, okay, we're gonna work this. She's like, excuse me, sir, come help me out.
My family has money, castles. We can give you whatever you want.
Apartments.
And I'm like, castles? Damn. I guess 1,000-year-old white people.
Yeah. Accrued wealth. No one's asking you questions. No one's telling you can't be anywhere. Makes sense. And the guy's like, I would rather see you dead. And then she vamp rushes towards the gate and hisses at him, full vampire face. He stumbles back out of fear, right into reach of Stefan, who grabs him, yanks him towards the gate of his enclosure, and slams him into the gate over and over and over, because he's like, I'm weak with vervain, so I'm just like human strength right now, but I need to kill this man so Elena can live. Slams him into the gate like 5 times, and when he's slack, throws him to the right because his and Elena's cells are next to each other, and drops him in front of Elena's cell, hoping the blood will like trickle towards it. And she stretches her arm out. She's reaching, she's pushing against it, just can't get to it. And at the last second, gets one little drop onto her finger and presses it to her lips and gives a big exhale. And from there, we cut to Damon, whose rescue plan has failed, him and Matt, and he's just gonna kill Matt out of spite for living. Elena leaps onto him and tackles him to the ground. Eyes red around the irises, veins bulging, fangs bared, shouting, "Leave him alone!" Fully transitioned now into a vampire.
And I'm sorry, I know it's not what she wanted, but I leapt for joy. I was like, finally!
I was
Vampalena!
shit. Bitch! Take your power! It's time for you to start snapping some necks. It's time for you to start dishing some damage. If they're not gonna let you be Buffy, be a vampire, okay?
Yes. And for what it's worth, I love that the first thing she does with her vampire superpowers is knock Damon on his ass.
Yep.
Because he's trying to kill her best friend.
It's true to form for Elena. A vampire, but I am still, my primary shit is compassion for my loved ones, and you will not hurt them. And now I have the power to stop you from doing it. Brilliant. Later, she and Stefan are sitting on the roof of his house, talking about the reality of her transition, that it's gonna be the worst thing she's had to live through. And she says, but she'll get to live through it. Be with him and Jeremy and all her loved ones. And because of that, they're going to make it through this. He then gives her the daylight ring that Bonnie made for her the previous day, just in case. And they kiss and embrace and watch the sunrise together.
He gives her a ring.
Gives her a ring. That's the thing too, right? Is that like, he gives her this daylight ring. And it's a symbol of the fact that like, they're both vampires now. They're gonna live forever together. The thing he says in season 2 he wants more than anything, but would never say because it would be too selfish, knowing Elena never wanted to be a vampire. And listeners, I need you to hold that shit in the forefront of your mind right now as we explore these first couple of episodes.
Also, fun trivia, Elena wears the ring on her right ring finger.
I don't know what any of the ring fingers symbolize is the thing, so you're gonna have to teach me.
Okay, the ring finger is the one that is right next to your pinky. That's called
okay,
the ring
I know
finger.
that, but I mean like the symbolism of which hand you
I was getting there.
Sorry, it's just we started at grade R and I was like, okay, I know I skipped grade R, but jeez.
That is where some people wear their wedding bands. I think those people are in the minority.
Okay.
Most people wear it on the left, but there are some people who wear it on the right ring finger.
Right. See, I would have thought. Okay.
And I just find it interesting that of our main characters, she's the only one who wears her ring on the ring finger. Caroline has it on her left index. Damon has it on his left middle finger. Stefan has it on his right middle finger because it's like, oh, Damon, the dark left hand, and Stefan, the good right hand. It's very on the
Left
nose.
Sinestro. Yeah, that's pretty good. But I hate that because I'm left-handed and I've never understood why we need to get a bad rap. But whatever. I get it.
Hey, there's Van Helsing in the Van Helsing film who's called Gabriel, the left hand of God.
Ooh.
So
okay, fair enough. I mean, I don't vibe with the archangels, but I guess we get one. I'll take Van Helsing. Yeah, it does feel like an engagement here. And it's like, well, brighter times.
See, now, if there was any point the show should have been cancelled unceremoniously, it should have been right here.
Episode 1, they just go, sorry, you've been cancelled. It's such a dramatic cancellation. You cannot air any of your remaining episodes. We've seen the shit you're planning and we won't stand for it. We as the CW. Nah, the CW was all about it probably. Stefan starts to take her through her early days of vampirism. And he is trying a bit of an unorthodox process. He believes because Elena's compassion will be magnified as a vampire, feeding from people and potentially or somewhat likely killing someone in bloodlust is going to make her crumble. And she's already in a bad space because of all the grief that she's had to deal with in these last 2 years. So the goal is to get her on an animal diet. Damon objects to this because he feels vampires should eat people. And if she kills someone or flips her humanity switch as a result, then she'll get over it in 100 years or so, if that's what it takes.
Oh, Damon.
I said that as neutrally as possible, as neutrally as I could. I don't know if that came across. To Stefan's point, Elena is sobbing after feeding from a deer that didn't even die. So, clearly Stefan's making some points, even though he might be treating the situation with kid gloves, right? That's the energy that's going on, that it's well, no, that's not Damon's point. Damon's you're gonna make another one of you, because Damon fundamentally doesn't understand how Stefan's blood addiction works, and never will.
He truly thinks it's, you didn't do this learning curve, and therefore, it's like he thinks Stefan skipped out on a year of school and has not caught up on the curriculum, and that's why he keeps failing tests. And it's no, that's not what's happening here.
Genetically, my body, my brain works different to you. I have a condition, buddy. I know it gets all couched in the vampirism and everyone has bloodlust, but it's mine is inescapable.
The fact that Stefan trained Caroline and in less than a year she was fine.
Yes.
Is proof that it's not Stefan's lifestyle that is the result of his Ripper personality.
Exactly. And is proof that he knows what he's doing. He knows how to get vampires on track. So all this shit about all this doubt and all this guff that's coming his way, I'm baffled by it. When has Damon raised a fledgling is what I want to know. After successfully feeding, Stefan tries to teach Elena how to hunt, but they get a bit distracted by her new heightened senses. She's it feels like you're touching every nerve of my body. And I'm whoa, do I need to leave? Okay. They start making out in the woods, which is quickly interrupted when Elena flits off to go throw up the blood she just drank. So immediately a problem in the process. She tries to call Caroline about these adjustment issues she says she's having, but gets voicemail. And this is the real issue here, is that where is Caroline in this transition? Nowhere to be found. I guess off with Tyler.
Yeah, what? Oh yeah, she and Tyler are having what would you call it? Post-council just got blown up sex.
Yeah, post-Klaus was possessing my body, but I'm free now sex, yeah. She gets through to voicemail. While she's leaving the voicemail, Stefan comes back and she puts the phone away when he arrives, suggesting she doesn't want him to know. And she says later she doesn't want to let him down with the fact that the plan for whatever reason doesn't seem to be working. Which is why later, when she finds Damon at the grill, there's been some hubbub about the blowing up of the council. And she's did you do it? And he's am I wearing my I blew up the council shirt today? And it's just stop talking.
It's because people kept asking him, because it's yeah, Damon, you have the reputation in this core group of being the most
indiscriminately
homicidal.
murdering people.
Someone inconveniences you, and if their birth certificate doesn't say Stefan Salvatore or Elena Gilbert, you're they have to die.
So, Marina's Fear and Loathing is playing in the background, which is a song I love. I got big into Marina a couple years ago. She tells him that she's struggling, she's not being able to keep the animal blood down, and Damon's well, yeah, of course, you should be drinking human blood.
From the vein.
From the vein, yes, this is when he says you need to drink. I wrote it down, because I kept a list of certain quotes that we'll be discussing later on.
Ooh.
And one of them is, "You're a new vampire, Elena. You need warm blood from the vein," is what he says to her in the grill. So he takes her to the bathroom at the grill, cuts his palm open, and says, "Feed."
Does he do that before she tries the blood bag?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I would have thought that would be his last resort once she doesn't keep the blood down.
It was his first resort. And he tells her, don't tell Stefan about it. And she's like, why? And he says, well, blood sharing is a kind of personal. And she's like, personal how? Because she's mid, like, fugue. She's starving. And she's like, what do you mean personal? And he's like, just drink. So that was his first resort, and he blew past what the implication was here. So she drinks from him, drinks her fill of his blood, and then heads off. Later, there's a memorial for Pastor Young and the council who he murder-suicided. We know this, the people don't. She's talking with Matt. She then goes over to speak to April Young, the pastor's now orphaned daughter, who she used to babysit. Fully new character, don't worry about it. We love her.
Now you remember April and all those scenes she was in season 1.
Remember in season 1 when she called April and said, I'm sorry I can't babysit you, my parents are dead and I'm grieving? I remember. But she does help her through this emotional moment because they are similar in that they are both orphans and Elena has experience. But then she notices her open wrist and hears her beating pulse, and she runs off because she can't be around the blood. She runs to the bathroom at the church and throws up blood everywhere. Pulls out her phone and calls Damon again for help, who brings her a change of clothes. And I assume she cleans up the bathroom with some paper towels and puts it in the bin, which is crazy. Someone's going to find that. You need to dispose of that, but okay. And they sneak past and on the hunt Connor Jordan, who has sort of appeared in town. This is when, outside the church, Damon brings a blood bag for her and gives it to her. She starts drinking from it and immediately gags and spits it up. So that's not working. She's like, I've got to head back into the service. I don't know. We're just going to have to figure it out. She goes into the service. She's a starving ghost. And of course, Connor Jordan has stabbed April and left her on the balcony bleeding to lure out all the vampires for him to kill. Everyone can smell the blood. She goes up to give the speech. She's struggling. Stefan escorts her back and holds her up. They're trying to play it off as she's emotional. And then when they're trying to figure out what they're going to do, because Elena's not in control, Matt offers for Elena to feed off of him so that they aren't all exposed. And it's this thing where he's like, I owe you my life because you had Stefan save me. So this is the least I can do. Drinks from him. She's fully satiated. And then she pulls away and everything's level. That's then when Tyler goes up to the podium and speaks out and takes the hit from Connor Jordan with his sniper rifle. Elena and Caroline go off to look for April while the rest of them try to chase down Connor Jordan. They find April on the balcony, near dead, bleeding, and Elena immediately vamps out and leaps for April on instinct. Caroline stops her and starts reminding her of herself and that this is April who she babysat, an orphan like you, a human being. And again, I'm like, why isn't Caroline the one to be doing this? And in this moment, Caroline, when she feeds April blood so she can heal, she reaches out for Elena's hand and says, you can take her pain away. Taking this as an opportunity for here's a learning moment, here's a teaching moment, we're going to teach you how to compel. She guides Elena through it. She says, you've just got to believe what you're telling them, which I think is ridiculous as a concept because...
Yes, I was like, this has never been established. That's not...
Something happening in the lore here.
Caroline, who the first time she compels someone, that nurse in the hospital where she completes her transition, she's like, you're not going to tell anyone I fed off you. You've signed me out so that I can leave the hospital. And the nurse is like, yes, of course. And she's like, I don't know why you're doing everything I say, but this is really cool. So I'm like, so where did the you have to believe it?
Someone decided I'm going to add a little lore bit here. We're going to add a little interesting mechanics. No,
I was like, what is this faith-based magic that we're now doing? Vampires are clerics.
It's truly Exodus core. What are we doing? But she does teach Elena how to compel. I do think the part that it's you have to believe it is the emotional bit pre the actual functional bit, because she tells April everything's going to be okay. We're going to get you out of here. You don't have to fear. Everything's fine. And that's when she starts compelling.
I really think it was just so that they could frame the scene as, oh, Elena's kind of talking to herself. Everything's going to be okay, Elena. Believe it, you are going to be fine. And then you can save April. Because I'm like, other than that, this whole you have to believe compulsion for it to work thing is never relevant and never brought up in this universe again. I do find it funny that in that scene, as Elena vamp rushes April and Caroline stops and she's like, Elena, no. And she's like, get away from me. And I'm like, Elena, you need to calm down. Elena was like, I want to eat this girl. Get off my back, Caroline.
Get out of my way. My snack is waiting. Because that's the reality of vampirism is the thing. But yeah, Elena learns how to use compulsion as a tool to take away pain and to take away suffering. Finally, she and Stefan, towards the end, talk about what she and Damon have been up to, because Stefan saw Damon with his blood bag just as Elena was rushing off. Damon immediately is like, yeah, I was giving her a blood bag because she's starving. It's like, the process though, and Damon's like, I don't care, and also I fed her my own blood. Whoops, cat's out of the bag.
It does seem like it was a genuine slip up on his part. He was like, she couldn't even keep my blood down, and then Stefan's like, what? And Damon's like,
No, he says whoops in a very like, oh, did I mean to say that? It was not an accident. He said that on purpose to provoke, because he's been upset from day one at Stefan, right? The fact that Stefan didn't save Elena in the car crash. He is fully blaming Stefan for everything that's happened. So that was a provocation.
oh, Damon, you poor lost soul.
Stefan is pretty upset, and he says to Elena, I'm sure it doesn't mean much to you, but it means a lot to me, this blood sharing thing. And it means something that Damon knew what it meant.
And then I'm like, well, that's from Damon's side, but also, is there now like a vampire culture that Stefan and Damon are aware of that Elena has yet to learn? Because it's like, oh, blood sharing is considered intimate. And I'm like, yeah, based on whose rules? None of you are born into this life. You were all turned as adults or close to adulthood. So why does this suddenly matter to you?
I mean,
Like,
they've
what?
lived 150 years, and they've never, or at least Stefan has not been a vampire with a vampire mate, right? This is the first time. Because since Stefan hasn't really dated just over his 160 years. There was Rebecca in the 20s, and that was
like
when he
1
was
week.
a Ripper. His Ripper week with Rebecca, and that's about it. So it's like, yeah, that might be something they've learned over their 100 years, but like has never been relevant because Stefan's not had a mate, and Damon is probably just doing that all the time. It just matters that he did it with Elena, who is someone else's girlfriend.
I guess. It's another thing from this episode that never comes up in this universe again. We
Never.
never see two vampire partners or lovers sharing
It's
blood.
like, why aren't Caroline and I guess Caroline and Tyler don't know, right? But it's like, why aren't they blood sharing all the time? Because they're vampires and they're together. I guess we don't have a lot of old vampire couples, you know? Who do we have?
I mean, eventually Steriline becomes a thing, and it's still... we never see them do that.
I guess you have to be a certain type to be like, ooh, blood sharing, you know? There's a certain sort of...
Valerie and Stefan don't do it either.
No. None of that. Stefan would never. She apologizes for keeping it from him, and then she starts crying because, again, her emotions are heightened. She starts, like, being inconsolable. And she's like, all this grief, and she feels like she's been grieving for the last, like, 2-3-ish years. And Stefan, who is, like, upset in this moment at the fact that, like, his brother, who's being an ass and has also betrayed him in this really monumental way, he punches Damon outside the church after, like, Connor Jordan gets away from him, which I was like, yeah, rightfully so. Takes a moment to, like, put on pause his own anger and be like, come with me, we need to go do something. And he takes Elena and rounds up a bunch of the Mystic Falls gang, and I'm like, we all have a shit ton of grief that we have not been dealing with, so... time to do a lantern ceremony, time to exorcise the ghosts. We need to start moving forward. And so they go around lighting lanterns, listing their lost loved ones, particularly the ones who were lost in this like last 3 years. There's mention of lost parents, grams, aunts and uncles, friends. And right at the end, as Elena lists her long list of lost loved ones, she very quietly says, and for me, I guess, because she did die. And she became a vampire. The same way she eulogized...
I'm like, Elena, who in this group hasn't died? Even Jeremy, who's not a vampire, has died several times.
That's true. Jeremy's died more times than can be counted at this point. Him and Rick were dying.
And I'm like, Elena, you already gave yourself a eulogy last year when you were alive.
But that was for her past self. This is for her present self that recently died. So it's okay.
I'm like, girl, you always gotta steal the spotlight. I can see why Caroline used to be insecure around you.
But she gave Caroline her funeral. She gave Caroline her funeral a couple months ago. So fair's fair. She should get one too.
Yeah, she gave Caroline her funeral and then immediately was like, come, Matt, let's go eulogize me.
No, I will. For these last few vestiges, I won't let my girl be slandered. Matt picks up that flower and says, I'm eulogizing you, bitch. It's time to move forward.
Okay. That is true. It was Matt's idea.
Yeah, we're coming up on the end of my endless grace of Elena, so let me get my last swings while I can. Next episode, Speak of the Devil, Elena meets up with Matt by their old makeout spot at the school, and he's now, for better or worse, her main source of blood, because she can't seem to keep down animal blood. For whatever reason, she can't seem to keep down blood bag blood. Damon's like, it must be some sort of doppelganger curse shit. Your doppelganger blood is messing things up. And it's like, okay, when have you ever had a supernatural theory that made sense?
The only other doppelganger you know who became a vampire at this stage that you're aware of
was your, like, long-term girlfriend.
Is Catherine. And while obviously there were no blood bags in the 15th century, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Catherine has had blood from a blood bag before.
Yeah.
Elena fed her blood in a cup that one time as part of her bribery, and she was fine.
She was throwing them things back. So, I don't know. Your denial and your delusion is none of my business, Damon Salvatore. In class after that, she and Stefan are in history class for opening period, and she realizes it's their first time in Rick's classroom since he died.
The only teacher who ever worked at the school
Only
besides
one.
Mr. Tanner, and now he's dead.
And he was the last history teacher.
It's the only subject they take.
Wild. She's like, first period, and I'm already getting emotional. And just then, Rebecca walks in, handing out flyers for whatever reason. And Elena locks in. You can almost see the like binoculars twisting the crosshairs right on Bex's forehead. And she's like, sadness turns right into anger. We then spend this episode with the two of them at loggerheads because Elena, she's channeling all of her excess emotions into rage, like every straight man I know. And Rebecca...
Hey, Rebecca is goading her in that classroom scene when
Yes.
she's handing out flyers. It's for like her back to school party, or I don't know. It's not the start of a school year, so I don't know what she's doing.
It's like, are they back from winter break? I guess? I don't know.
It's something about it's in relation to school. They're either ditching school
Curfew.
or I don't know. But she's having
The town instituted a curfew because of the
Oh,
murder,
yes,
the
it's the
explosion
curfew.
and
Yes,
deaths
yes,
and
yes.
stuff.
She's like, my anti-curfew party, my anti-establishment party.
She said I'm from... Well, no, she missed the anti-establishmentarianism era because she was daggered. So I don't know what she was talking about. I was gonna be like, yeah, right, 70s Britain. Thatcher, you weren't alive for Thatcher, girlie. What are you talking
She
about?
looks around the empty classroom and she's like, oh, where's Mr. Saltzman? And then she looks back at Elena and she's like, oh, that's right. I killed him. And I'm like, I guess you did by proxy, by way of killing Elena, which was your plan.
And then Elena picks up a pencil and throws it at her. Becca catches it and flings it back, and it hits Elena in the shoulder. Elena barely flinches because now vampire resilience, a pencil in my shoulder is nothing. I thought that was cool.
She's more worried about the blood on her shirt.
Who's gonna clean this up? She does go to clean it up, and then Rebecca sends Heather, some poor grade 12, with an open wound on her neck. And Beck's trying to goad her into losing control, takes some of Heather's blood and smears it all over Elena's face. Django Unchained style. I don't like how much fun she was having in that scene.
I must say, as annoying as it gets, I do love this brief period of Elena trying to get her bloodlust under control. And then here comes Regina George to just make it as difficult as possible.
It's so much fun. It's so much fun. She goes to the Salvatore house and gets the white oak steak from Damon. And she and Stefan go to the anti-curfew party. And she's about ready to kill Rebecca. Rebecca's again mouthing off, snatches her beer away from her and is like, you're in my house, insulting me, drinking my beer. Takes it and sips it.
As she snatches the beer, she somehow, pickpocket skills, manages to remove Elena's daylight ring.
Yes!
Elena starts to sizzle and vamp speeds over to like the shadowy corner of the room and she's like, my ring! She's like, give it back, and
throws it
Rebecca's
into
like,
the
get it yourself. Tosses it into the garbage disposal.
That's what it's called. I was like, food processor, that's not right. Garbage disposal. That's so insane. You tried to kill this girl at the end of last season, and now you're antagonizing her. Rebecca, you mad for that? And this is the scene where Elena rushes across and fishes it out of the garbage disposal with much resistance. And the whole time she's in the sun. And there's a later scene like down the line we probably won't get to because it's like season 7 or season 8 where Caroline's trapped in a corner because of sunlight and her ring tossed aside. I think Damon throws her ring aside. And it's like, girl, just run and pick up the ring. Elena did that shit for like 15 full seconds. Because Caroline doesn't have plot armor.
It's true because even when Isabel removed her ring, she burst into flame in like 5 seconds. Like,
true.
She removes it, sizzles, screams, goes up in smoke.
Yeah, that's true. And after she leaves, Elena's reaching for the white oak stake to go kill her. And Stefan comes in and is like, okay, what's the plan? Are we gonna kill Rebecca? And he steps out of the way and is like, I won't stand in your way. I won't stop you. But let me tell you what's gonna happen after that. You kill Rebecca, you feel great, and then you remember thousands of vampires all across the world drop dead too because of the choice you made in this one moment. And he says, anger is a powerful emotion, but guilt, take it from me, it can destroy you. Which Stefan knows what he's doing. Stefan knows what he's talking about. And he coaches Elena down from this moment. Now, did I want Elena to run out there and stab that bitch? Absolutely. I feel like she deserves it. But also, it's like consequences. And Elena specifically, at least at this point, probably would not have been able to take those consequences, especially now that she's in like transition.
Consequences she suddenly cares about. I'm like, last season, which for you was a few weeks ago, you were willing to kill all 3 originals who you weren't descended from. And now all of a sudden it's like, I hate Rebecca. She killed me and in doing so killed Alaric and forced me into vampirism. But you're right, Stefan. I won't kill her because then all these innocent people would die.
Heightened emotions. We're going to chalk it up to that. But yeah, it is a lot of shifting back and forth on like, where are we with our girl right now? What's the goal? Instead of doing that, Stefan's like, let's divert your attention here. How about we go have some fun? Let's ditch this party and go hang out. As they head out, Rebecca's like, leaving so soon? Elena's like, no, actually, one last thing. Goes back to where these kids have like a beer keg and does a keg stand on the beer keg with her new vampire acrobatics. But also she's a cheerleader. And she does this super long keg stand and everyone's like, chug, 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 chug. Everyone cheering Elena on, which of course is Rebecca's most nightmare situation. The best revenge you can get on Rebecca is Elena taking the attention away from her at her own party.
Mean Girls, the Vampire Edition.
Truly. And the two of them head off on Stefan's bike, and she gets up on the bike and stands on it, stretches her arms out, Titanic style, and it's really cute.
And I'm like, girl, be careful. I know you have vampire healing and reflexes, but if you take a tumble and accidentally decapitate yourself, it's over. You're not invincible.
Later, when they're making out, Stefan pulls up from her, and Elena sees Damon's face instead of his, and shoves him back. And throws him across the room. She goes, no! Boom! And it's like, whoa, why is Elena thinking of Damon? She has werewolf venom in her system. Connor has put werewolf venom in the beer that's at Rebecca's party. So she's now been poisoned with werewolf venom, and she's gonna die.
That keg stand cost her, I guess.
Yeah, the double-edged sword. And so she's having these flashes while Stefan is trying to sort out a plan, because of course he's gonna be like, I will give anything to you, Klaus, to give me what we need to rescue her life, because that is what Stefan does. In these flashes, she's seeing Damon. She's like, why am I thinking about you? And Damon's like, it's because you know you're a lot more like me than you're like Stefan. And it's like, okay, I guess.
If you say so.
We'll ride the wave for the moment. We'll take it as is and be like, the implication is as she's become a vampire, these impulses she has, this anger that she's channeling, the fact that she's been reaching for Damon first before Stefan in a vampire crisis is like, oh, maybe she's more like Damon than she realizes. Maybe there's more of an affinity for Damon. Stefan brings in Klaus, who says, just for the record, 10 voicemails are more than enough. Thank you very much.
He's so sassy.
Oh, man. Immediately, like, I will give you whatever you need. Just help her. And Klaus is like, thankfully, I don't need anything necessary because once you hear what I'm about to tell you, you're gonna be glad that I came over. Gives Elena some of his blood, and she's healed of the werewolf venom. Of course, the implication being Klaus has learned the Brotherhood of the Five are around again, Connor Jordan being one of the Hunters of the Five. Later at the end of the episode, Elena's at home. She's called over Matt because, again, she needs to feed, and she can only feed from the vein, seemingly, and Matt is a willing source. She's telling Matt that, like, about everything that happened today, and she doesn't know what's happening to her. He's already, like, pulling up his sleeve and offering the arm, and she starts drinking from him. She keeps drinking. And Matt's like, okay, that's enough, it's starting to hurt. She doesn't let go. And she's drinking him dry. I think she like snarls at him, vampire face, and throws him against the counter as she keeps drinking from him. And Damon shows up and throws her off. Turns to Matt, no concern of the fact that he's lost a lot of blood. It's just like, forget everything. She drank from you. You were fine. You went home. Go. Elena's like, I don't understand what's wrong with me. And Damon's like, you're a vampire. That's what's happening. And I'm gonna teach you. So we switch curriculum in episode 4 to the Damon plan of how to be a vampire. Damon has told Elena he's going to teach her how to be a vampire, so the next morning, while she and Stefan are training in the woods, she tells him that seemingly she can only drink blood from the vein, so she's got to learn how to do it or else she's not going to survive. Stefan does ask why it can't be Caroline to go with her, and Elena says Caroline's too good at being a vampire. She doesn't get how hard it is to struggle.
Is that the justification?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. This is the equivalent of saying, instead of getting the person in class who gets the best grades to tutor you, you're like, no, I can't ask them because school is too easy for them. They have a high IQ, or I don't know, they have an eidetic memory.
They know too much and they've learned too much.
They don't understand how difficult it is for me to study, so I'm not going to ask for their help. What?
And it's like after Caroline very successfully taught her how to compel and helped her come down from her vampire instinct to feed on April. Like, the best moment she's had as a vampire so far was with Caroline, and it's no, Caroline's too good at a vampire to teach her. Plot's got a plot.
And I'm like, is Caroline too good? She killed someone on like her first night out.
Is what I'm saying. Why is Caroline too good? Let's pull that thread back. Why is Caroline so good at being a vampire? Who taught her how to be a vampire? She will then say as much to Stefan later when Stefan confides in her. I think it's in that third episode, he says, Elena is becoming herself as a vampire. She's growing and changing. Every part of me is telling me to join her, to embrace that joy. But I feel like if I do that, then I risk becoming him. Becoming the Ripper. So you, Caroline, I need you to keep me in check. And Caroline's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you're so good at being a vampire. And she's like, because of you, because I learned from you. Even she knows that I'm this good at being a vampire because I took the Stefan Salvatore curriculum. So all of this is just, at face value, is just like, what are we talking about?
I guess they had written themselves into a corner where it's like, okay, we have a good excuse for Stefan believing that he can't do it. Because it's like, oh, he feels alienated, his method isn't working, and he can't teach her the other method because he'll lose control.
Right.
But then it's like, okay, and now we have Caroline, so how are we going to remove her?
How are we getting rid of her?
So Damon is the only choice. I'm like, I would go to Tyler before Damon because Tyler has the werewolf temper and he's still fine.
He's great at being a vampire. He seems to, well, we never see him feeding, but assumedly
we
he's
never
doing
see
fine.
him feed outside of that scene with Rebecca at the start of season 3.
Where Rebecca has to tempt him into, like, indulging, but it doesn't seem to be his instinct. I don't know, man. Elena and Damon tag along with Bonnie, who's on a trip to Whitmore to speak to Professor Shane, who they're sitting in his class and they're looking at him and they're like, why is he kind of... Damon is teaching Elena how to profile victims before feeding so that she has her best chance at it. But when they stalk the girl that he's picked out for her, the pretty blonde who won't mind being approached by a stranger because she's so gorgeous and likes the attention, it's actually really messed up, the things he starts like saying about people who are, it's like, these are a lot of, it's 2013. Elena compels her, but before she can do anything, she sees a picture on the girlie's lock screen. And the girl's like, it's my little sister. So Elena immediately is like, I can't, this is not gonna happen. She compels the girl to leave. Never
you know what I just thought? I had a ridiculous thought. I was like, Elena runs into Book Elena, who's blonde and has a little sister named Margaret.
Oh my god! Wait!
This is my Spider-Verse.
Right. When I saw that lock screen, I immediately went, you're in college and your sister's like 5. What's that about? And I really think that's what they were doing. I think that's Elena and Margaret. That's so crazy. It has to be. I don't even know how we would find that out. I need to look up who wrote this episode and send them a DM on Twitter or something.
This is my multiverse of madness.
That's so crazy. That's so symbolic too, that like to have to like harm your former self to become this new self. Wow. Interesting. It's like kill the book Elena, who never became a vampire, I think.
She does become a vampire.
Oh, okay. And then she dies
and she dies and becomes an angel.
So weird. Damon tells her everyone is someone's uncle or father or camp counselor or Bible study teacher. She doesn't know these people, so why does she care? And again, it's just like, do you not know who this girl is? It really feels like you don't. She says, I'm still me. I may be a vampire, but I still care about people. They then go to a frat party that night at the school. Bonnie has to speak to Shane, who I guess is chaperoning? No, that's crazy. Why would you need to chaperone a campus party? I don't know. It's a Scream-themed frat party, so they're dressed as Jack the Ripper and his sex worker victims? I don't know what the vibe is. Elena at the party picks out a guy who tries to roofie a woman that he's talking to. Which, hey, if you're gonna be a straight-from-the-vein vampire, like, consistently, that's the trick. That's the way to do it. The Edward Cullen method of like,
the Edward Cullen.
only drink from murderers and rapists. So it's like, yeah, by all means.
Except in the Twilight universe, you have to kill the people you feed off of, otherwise they'll become vampires.
Yeah, which is a whole other thing that gets into like capital punishment and like the death penalty and should you hold that power in your hand, and that's a whole other discussion. So she throws this guy in a back room, compels him, and successfully feeds off of him. After that, and assumedly a couple more feeds, because she hugs Damon afterwards and she whispers in his ear, I want more, in this really creepy tone that's like very not Elena. And then we cut to them and they're dancing to Calvin Harris at the frat party. Bonnie comes upon them, which collapses the blood haze that Stefan warned her about that morning. He'd said, be careful not to get lost in it. It's very easy to get caught up when you're feeding. Outside, she's like trying to wipe off her face and her hands, and she says to Bonnie, who am I? Why am I acting like this? And Bonnie says, because you listen to Damon, and Damon makes everything he wants sound like a good idea. And then after a rant from Damon about how all vampires should be like him, he takes Elena home. On her stoop, she tells him that she believes him about what he says about vampires, that they should feed and revel in it or whatever, but she hates that feeling because... And then she trails off and he says, because you don't want to be like me. And her silence speaks volumes in that moment.
And it's like, well, yes, Damon, don't feel so insulted.
It really is like... to take Elena to a point where you're like, yeah, you should drink from whoever's in your path. And if it gets too much, switch off your humanity and revel in it anyway, because that's what it means to be a vampire. And to just either not know or not care that runs counter to the very core of the person you purport to love. It just throws me. But as they say, Elena's changing.
Yeah, it's possible that Damon, now that I think about it, it's possible Damon either doesn't recognize or willfully ignores that aspect of Elena's personality, because that's usually Stefan's line. Stefan is usually the one who's like, Elena is so compassionate, she feels more than any of us. You know, she's got this bleeding heart. I can't think of a single scene where Damon ever says that about her.
But how do you miss that is a thing.
Willful ignorance, possibly.
That goes back to what we were saying in the Damon episode, that like Elena isn't real to him. Elena's an idea. Elena is a doll that he projects what he wants her to be. And it's like, you have no idea who she actually is, because every time she makes a choice that you wouldn't, you're baffled, flummoxed, flabbergasted, shaking, crying, pissing, throwing up. And it's like, why does this surprise you every time? It's like, after 3 times maybe learn? I don't know.
For someone who claims to hate everything that Catherine is, I'm like, I don't know, maybe this is who you actually want, Damon.
Yes!
You want Catherine. Just a Catherine that doesn't lie and manipulate you.
He wants a Catherine who didn't betray him and who loves him.
Yeah. him. He'd be happy.
And it's like, okay, keep pigeonholing Elena into that role and watch her break off piece by piece because she doesn't fit it. Stefan opens the door because he's been speaking with Jeremy at her house secretly because Klaus has informed him that Brotherhood of the Five, the map to the cure for vampirism, it's on the table now. And so when she tells Stefan that she did well, but that's awful because she does not enjoy this and she doesn't think she's going to survive this like vampire experience, he tells her she can and she will. She just has to hold on because now in the back of his mind, he's like, there's a cure for vampirism. I can save Elena from this struggle that she's in right now. I can give her back her life. Next episode, the two of them are back to their diaries. Elena's pouring her heart out about how she hates being a vampire.
I love it. She's like, dear diary, I know it's been a while. I haven't wanted or needed to write. And I was like, oh yeah, this show is called The Vampire Diaries. And you haven't journaled since like episode 3 of season 1.
Kind of crazy. Occasionally, Stefan's journals will make the rounds.
Yeah, actually, we spend more time with Stefan's journals and the Gilbert journals than we do with Elena's diary.
I guess they are all Vampire Diaries to be technical. But damn, Elena, step up. What are you doing? So she talks about how she hates being a vampire. She's non-diegetically like reciting. And that sometimes she thinks of ending it. But she would never leave Jeremy by himself. And that was like, whoa. I mean, not surprising, right? Considering the Elena we saw in the first 3 seasons who was ready to martyr herself. And this Elena who hates being a vampire.
Yeah.
Connor snatches Jeremy in this episode, along with Matt and April at the grill. When they find this out, there's a strat session on how to get there. Damon is positing a brute force attack. Stefan is hoping for a more delicate approach because secretly he needs Connor alive. Elena is very happy with Damon's plan. She does, of course, say, it's Jeremy we're talking about, so I'm all gung-ho right now. But honestly, everyone in that scene is a little too gung-ho. And Stefan, who's actively being deceptive, right? Stefan's wrong in this situation is the thing. And he's the one to be like, this guy is known to use werewolf venom and to set up traps and shit. Like, we need to be a bit more careful and see what we're walking into. So eventually they kind of bow to that. Damon finds a map that points out tunnels that lead under the grill. And Elena is set on going in. She's going to use Connor's assumption that she's human against him. Damon's against this plan, saying she'll at best get herself taken hostage. And she's like, Rick trained me and I've been training with Stefan now that I've got this new vampire strength. Like, I can do this. And to prove it, she disarms him and knocks him on his ass when he tries to aim a stake gun at her to be like, bang, you're dead. Now what? And he says, while she's got him pinned on the bed, he says, for someone who doesn't want to be like me, you're sure good at it. I get what he's saying, because Elena is the one who would usually be like, you know, human life or whatever. I don't think she would have been as bleeding heart because Jeremy specifically has been kidnapped, right? That's usually when she's like, nah, throw everything out the window. So I think Elena can get rowdy when she wants to.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, has there been a time when she's offered up a human? Not yet.
Not yet. I don't know. She's mostly whacked people with 2x4s. She whacked that deputy once. She didn't kill him, but I mean...
She seemed fine when Caroline killed her mother's deputies in season 2.
In fact, she was like, Caroline, come with me. We need to save those boys at all costs. So... I'm just saying. It's fine. I get what they're going for. When Stefan comes back, he vervain jabs Damon because he's asking too many questions and refusing to go along with the plan. Stefan asks Elena to stay back while he handles the situation. And she's like, my brother's the only thing holding me together right now. I'm not just going to stand by. And he says, the most important thing I've ever asked you to do is to trust me right now. And so she does, because they trust each other. Of course, later on, there's an explosion at the grill, which she hears from her house. So she freaks out and calls him, gets no answer. Damon starts waking up and he's weak from the vervain and also without his daylight ring because Stefan snatched it on the way out. So Elena's the one who has to head in. When she's telling Damon, I'm gonna go in, Damon's like, no, this guy is dangerous. She turns around and says, I'm dangerous too.
Love that for her.
So, the thing is, that scene gets a lot of ridicule from what I've seen.
Is it?
I mean, people tend to, like, shit on Elena because that's kind of the fun thing to do, because she's the main character, and, like, there are more interesting characters, but it's like, I recently saw a TikTok of someone who captioned, I needed a good laugh, and they're playing this scene back, and I was like, she's right, though. She's a vampire now in a way that she's not been dangerous before. She has been dangerous in how she manipulates social situations, but now she has physical strength that has been her disadvantage, her handicap in the first 3 seasons. She was always dealing with characters far stronger than her. Now she's a vampire. Connor is strong, yes, but she is a vampire. So I get what you were saying. It's not that ridiculous to me.
I always took it seriously. I was like, she can finally get in on the action. I've watched many shows and like read many things over the years where there's a character who sometimes has to take a back seat with the action, be that a main character or a supporting character, because they don't have the physical abilities. They're not magical. They're the token human or whatever. Maybe they're the person who's like, they have a less active superpower than everyone else.
Yeah.
And if and when they do get an upgrade, it's always nice that they can now be more useful in a fight than they previously had been.
Absolutely. Phoebe in Charmed, who largely did premonitions early on and was always lamenting that her sisters had more active powers, and whenever they were in a fight situation, she wasn't very useful. She ended up learning how to like fight and like kick ass physically with her own body, taekwondo or kung fu or something. Then she was using that to fight like demons and warlocks and whatever they fought against. But then she got her levitation power, and she was like, great, now I get to use this and float around and kick ass. So yeah, it is always a fun moment when that happens. And Elena should have her fun moment.
Yeah. Another one I can think of is an interesting one. Emma Frost, who's like one of the most powerful telepaths in the Marvel universe. But when it comes to someone who is either immune to telepathy or doesn't have an organic brain, she would be effectively useless against them, which is why her getting her diamond form, which is nigh indestructible and comes with a degree of super strength, is quite nice. It's like, okay, so when the psionic aspect of her power is not, helpful, she can shift and then become this physical powerhouse.
Plan B, bitch. You're taking the brittle hardness of 15 or whatever the diamond hardness is. I don't remember. Can you tell I was an engineer? She walks in to find Stefan playing hostage negotiator at the grill, and she pleads with Connor to let her brother go. Stefan shows himself as Connor demands to try and keep the peace in the situation, and she uses the moment of distraction to knock Connor down. Jeremy does take a bullet to the side, but he is alive. Connor was about to kill that boy. And Stefan tackles Jeremy to the ground. He lifts a table behind him to block the exploding platform that Connor had put him on. While she's checking to see if Jeremy's okay, Connor throws Elena off and pins her, but then Stefan grabs him and disappears. She feeds Jeremy some blood, makes sure he's fine. They have a brief conversation about what exactly has he been up to, and she learns he's a potential hunter, all this shit, that he's been off and compelled, and she becomes pissed. In her conversation with Damon has been put the facts together. He's either working with Klaus, has some sort of deal, or has been compelled. So now Elena's channeling all her anger onto Stefan, and it's oh, I think I know who compelled you, Jeremy, even if you don't remember. She heads off down the tunnels to follow after them, Stefan, Damon, and Connor. She finds Connor, who's been let go by Stefan because Damon would not let them pass, and she grabs him and chomps down on his neck and tells him to stay the hell away from her brother. Connor looks up at her, he's on his knees, and he's like, look at you. So worried about your brother. You're the biggest monster he'll ever meet. And he's pulling a stake from his side, and he stabs her in the gut. And she flinches, grits her teeth, and says, you missed. And then snaps his neck. Ha! Iconic. Iconic is what...
Loved it.
Just in that moment, go girl, get your life. That man was gonna kill your brother.
He
was mowing down. He was like, I'll kill anybody and everybody. And he didn't even understand what was going on.
He was very vampiric in his morality. He's like, vampires are a blight on this earth because they hurt people and they have to die. I will happily murder several human teenagers if I need to.
But of course, it is Elena. And this is the first human life she has taken. We cut to her out in the woods, shoveling dirt and sobbing. And when the Salvatores find her, she says she needs to bury him. She killed him, so she needs to be the one to bury him. Again, whenever she's overwhelmed by emotions, she finds some menial task to do and pretends that everything is fine. Stefan tries to calm her down, and she starts chewing him out for hiding whatever deal he's made with Klaus, and the fact that Jeremy is wrapped up in it. She starts to fall apart at the reality of the fact that she just killed somebody. At the end of the day, after she's taken a shower, which Crazy that she's been left alone after what just happened. I'm sure she doesn't want to see Stefan, but I don't know why Damon isn't here at least.
I guess because Damon is reeling from having just learned that the cure exists, which he forced Stefan to confess to him in the tunnels.
Yeah.
When he caught up to them.
True. But it's like, damn, this girl is suffering. Like, somebody stay with her. Help her through it. Where is Caroline? Where is Bonnie? Why won't we let Bonnie be in the show?
We didn't need any spells today.
She doesn't have magic, right? So she's not here.
Oh, yeah. This is her pre-expression lesson arc.
Yeah. She's again reciting a diary entry about how she killed someone today. And the thing about murder, I guess, is that you never realize that you will lose yourself. And then she starts seeing blood everywhere. She sees a trail of it going out of her room, a bloody handprint on the doorframe. She goes to the bathroom, the walls, the floor, everything is covered in blood. And in the mirror, written in blood, all caps, block letters, killer. She stumbles back, slips on a pool of blood, hits the ground. And when she looks again, it's all gone. This girl is losing it.
Which I guess means she slipped on nothing? Because there was no blood?
Yeah. Psychosomatic slip. Next episode, she starts hallucinating fully Connor Jordan, who is chasing her around the house, harassing her, taunting her. She goes to the kitchen to grab her trusty kitchen knife, you know my girl, and stabs Connor in the neck, and then sees that it's actually Jeremy, who she then kills. Trauma on trauma. Obviously, he's wearing his Gilbert ring.
Much to her relief.
Yeah. Imagine if he had it off, is where she's at mentally. She, again, calls Damon to figure out what's happening. He asks, why didn't you call Stefan? And she says she doesn't trust him right now. But as it turns out, Damon has called Stefan over. He tries to explain himself. She refuses to hear it. Throughout the episode, she continues to hallucinate Connor, who's calling her a monster and saying, you killed me, hitting on all the points of guilt that she's feeling in that moment, and she rushes out of the house to escape him. Klaus, who happens to be over, explaining the hunter's curse to Stefan, and that he needs to lock her up, naturally snatches her and runs off. He traps her in his home, windowless room, is like, it's for your own good, in case you want to take off your ring and burn in the sun. And Elena says, I'm not going to kill myself, I'd never do that. Which is like, one, haughty tone. Elena, weird to be judgy about people who die by suicide. But anyways. Two, you have considered it multiple times. Seems weird to be like, I would never kill myself. I guess to save face with Klaus, but it's like, damn. Klaus explains that he went through the curse and it lasted for 52 years. He never found a way to stop it. Eventually, it just stopped. And so she's left with that gleaming concern. Connor returns, guilting her about killing him and enjoying it, about the death of her parents. That's her fault, apparently. And then Catherine shows up and she's like, you're like me now. Maybe worse. God, what would Stefan say?
Love it. I'm like, this hunter's curse really...
It's
like
personal.
feeding off your psyche. And we hadn't seen Catherine in quite a while at that point. Like, we hadn't seen her since Michael died, I guess.
I was shocked. I saw the wavy hair and I said, huh? What's happening?
Because she says to the Connor hallucination, no, I'm not listening to you. And then suddenly Catherine materializes and she's like, fine, then maybe you'll listen to me. And I was like, Catherine Pierce? You're here on Elena's worst day? Of course you are.
Of course
and then it's
you
like,
are.
oh, she's also an illusion, but she's also like hitting all the points. Because of course, comparison to Catherine was always a thing that Elena despised about their doppelganger relationship. She's always been like, I am not Catherine. Don't compare me to her. People have always complimented her by saying, oh, you're much better than Catherine. You're a good person. Where Catherine is selfish and murderous and manipulative, you are compassionate to a fault. And now Catherine's like, oh, well, I guess all that's gone now that you're a vampire. We're exactly alike because only your humanity ever separated you from me, which... not true, but that's obviously what the Hunter's Curse wants her to think.
Yeah, it's wild. She goes on to be like, you're always willing to sacrifice yourself for your friends. Except, aren't they usually the ones getting hurt?
Oof.
Bonnie lost her grams because of you.
Yes!
Her mom was turned into a vampire because of you. She probably secretly hates you.
I love it. I loved it when she's like, she probably secretly hates you. I'm like, move aside, Rebecca. The original mean girl is back in town.
You can't do it like the original bad bitch. She's like, your very existence brings people nothing but pain. Again, this is Elena's own like worst fears and darkest thoughts like torturing her. But it is fun to have Catherine deliver them.
And at one point, Elena snaps. She's like, I'm not gonna kill myself. And Catherine is like, oh, why not?
So good. Stefan comes to rescue her, snuck in by Hybrid Chris, who Caroline and Tyler persuaded for him. But she thinks he's Connor because of her hallucinations and stabs him with a metal chair leg through the gut. And she runs out. Again, as she's running out, Connor and Catherine on either side of her. They're like, left and right, you should kill yourself. Get out of here. You bring everyone nothing but pain. Oh, I laugh, but it's so tragic. It's really dark to watch. It's textual, but also it's representative of a larger thing. It's like she is being afflicted by this curse, but Elena has very much considered suicide as a vampire already. All the stuff that's playing through, it feels like the downward spiral of suicidal ideation, of suicide attempt eventually. She doesn't even realize she has walked her way to Wickery Bridge. She looks over the edge, and then her mother appears beside her. Miranda Somers Gilbert shows up and says, "It's okay, sweetie. I know what you're going through. This bridge is where your life should have ended. Not once, but twice. You know exactly what to do." And looks at Elena's daylight ring. And I don't know what's so like foul and perverse about the person who brought you, well, she didn't because she's not a biological mother, but who raised her, who brought you into this world, telling you in your ear to leave, telling in your ear to kill yourself when they're the one who birthed you, who raised you. It's rough.
You know how we joke about the conscious werewolf curse?
Yeah.
That wants to, the sentient werewolf curse that wants to continue its species. We've now got this hunter's curse that is like, okay, I've spent the day tormenting this girl with like the harsh, tough, negative aspects of her mind. Let's go for a gentle approach. Let's goad her gently into suicide by pretending to be her mother and being like, sweetie, this is the best thing for you. I, your caregiver, am encouraging you to make this choice because it's a good one.
God. She, for a moment, is like, no, I can't do this. I need to be here for Jeremy. And she's like, you'll be here for Jeremy as a ghost who helps him, not as a monster who kills him. Because again, she has killed Jeremy in this moment, and that's also in her head. And she takes off the ring and throws it into the river. But Damon, who Stefan has called up and been like, you're the one who can get through to her. You need to go and get her. He comes along and convinces Elena to step away. Well, no, he doesn't convince Elena to step away. Just as the sun's about to rise, he has to grab her and jump into the river and dive beneath. And because Jeremy at the other end, Barney and Jeremy have gone to go kill a vampire to end the hunter's curse by starting Jeremy off as a hunter. That's what finally frees Elena.
And I guess now we know that the sunlight will not burn vampires underwater.
Diffracts on the surface, scatters.
or whatever magic harms them, it can't cause them to ignite while they're wet.
You heard about vampires can't cross running water? Actually, sunlight can't reach vampires through running water. Okay, we're the Vampire Diaries, and we turn myth on its head. Silver, it helps werewolves heal. At the end of the episode, while Walking Blind by Aidan Hawken plays in the background, Elena goes to where Stefan is sitting on her stoop at her house. And you can go for it. I don't want to talk about it.
Does he tell her about the cure at that point, or is he still keeping it?
I think Damon, in trying to get her to not kill herself, tells her there's a cure. So she knows.
Ah, yes, okay. So now she knows why Stefan was being duplicitous, but he's still hurt that it's like, lately you've been turning to Damon, like, constantly. That's who you trust, that's who you've always been going to. And she's like, oh, yeah, I know. And they're all somber. And I think at this moment, I'd sort of forgotten that the two of them were actually still together.
Yeah.
He's like, Elena, I can't do this anymore. And I'm like, wait, what? You can't do this anymore? I'm like, wait,
what are you talking about? Stefan, please. Don't do this.
Let's talk about this. Let's And then Elena responds with, I know. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you've just decided that this thing has died on the vine because you're a vampire now. She explains that everything she felt for Damon is heightened. And that, I guess that's the explanation, that before, as a human, she would have chosen Stefan hands down. But now the aspect of her that feels love for Damon has been magnified. And now, once again, she's torn between the two of them and can't decide who she wants to be with. And Stefan is like, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to do this again. We had a whole season of this. I'm going to bow out.
And I got through it with much grace. I stepped back. I encouraged you to explore everything, and you chose me. And now it seems Damon's back in the mix, and it's like my heart can only take so much.
It broke my heart. And at the time, when this was airing, I was like, it's okay, I understand. Delena needs to happen. They'll find their way back to each other.
Yeah, they need to have their time in the sun, and that's fine. But, we know where we're coming back to. But, yeah.
But even when I had that belief, I was still like, this is devastating.
Yeah.
Stefan looks so heartbroken and Elena just looks so sad that she has to be honest. I'm like, at least she's not stringing anybody along. She's like, You know what, Stefan, I'm not going to beg you to stay with me because I do understand where we are right now and how if you need to step away, I agree. Go do what's best for you.
I guess watching it back, it just felt so disappointing that it ended so unceremoniously.
You know?
They're sitting on the stoop, they're having this quiet conversation, and they just decide, episode 6 of a season, just go, well, I guess we're breaking up. I guess we are. And that's it. Not with a bang, but with a fizzle, right, is the expression. They just fizzle out. And it feels so wrong. It feels so, I don't want to make it personal, but it feels so unfair. To just, that's it.
I guess according to Julie, she was always going to work Stefan back into the mix. But obviously, Nina left, so that had to be done away with. So maybe that's why it ended with a whimper, because they were like, well, this isn't the end.
Yeah.
This is a goodbye, but not a forever goodbye. We're going to come back. This is an until next time.
On Dragon Ball Z.
It turns out that we are now, as Iron Man would say, we're in the end game now.
So, post-breakup, there are very few things I think are important for Elena in this season. And the immediate next thing is that she and Damon get together the next day. So that's, fun. My Brother's Keeper, 7th episode, there is a Miss Mystic Falls pageant happening. I guess Caroline and Elena can't attend. Well, Caroline, because she's the reigning Miss Mystic. I don't know why Elena can't. She doesn't care. So, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, she's over this frivolous stuff since season 1.
She tells Damon, well, he knows that they broke up because Stefan told him, but didn't tell him why. And she's like, it was you. We broke up because of you. And then they separate because of Professor Shane, I think. I think she learns that Jeremy, again, is off with Stefan doing hunter stuff. He chases after her and tells her that it's my fault that Jeremy's going off, because at this point he can't be compelled. His hunter instinct is taking over. He's kind of a problem right now. She's like, don't tell me you've been having Jeremy kill vampires all this time. And Stefan says, we're trying to find this cure. We need to find this cure so that we can fix everything. And then she looks at Stefan and says, so you can fix me. And Stefan doesn't say anything, which maybe I'm just being, hard luck, sore loser, whatever. But that feels so strange to me. Stefan is just copping to, oh yeah, no, I'm trying to fix you so we can get back together. Because it's that was never the thing.
I guess when he started looking for the cure, they were already together. And as much as I think Stefan is perfectly capable of loving her as a vampire, in his mind, he was like, yeah, but she wants to be human, so I'm doing this for her, not for me. And then her vampirism ends up being the thing that is blamed for her choosing Damon and is blamed for their relationship falling apart, for her needing Damon more than she needs him. So I guess perhaps in Stefan's mind, some part of him is like, yeah, maybe I am hoping that if you get cured, we'll be compatible again. She has even admitted the day before that, oh, the reason why this Damon thing is now a problem again is because my love for him has been magnified by vampirism. Before, I could have picked you, I did pick you, but now it's an issue. So maybe Stefan's like, I can't deny it if it's a little bit true.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say yes because it's not like a surface level thought, so I'm just going to be quiet and look guilty.
That's fair. Again, like engaging with the idea that Elena is so very changed by vampirism that they're like no longer compatible. That could be something, but it just does not strike me. I don't know. Maybe I'm being woefully ignorant. I'll relent on that. Stefan's certainly not perfect, right?
Yeah.
But regardless, Jeremy tries to kill Elena that day. When she finds him, he's got a stake gun loaded up and he's full hunter instinct and she has to like disarm him. So then she moves out of the Gilbert house and into the Salvatore house while he's doing his whole hunter thing. And she shows up at the Salvatore mansion. She's smiling at Damon because it's like, oh, we've already communicated this and we get to crash here. And then Stefan walks into view and she's stunned to see him at his own house. And then she's like, I had nowhere else to go. I can't be in the house with Jeremy while he's actively trying to kill me, which valid. And Stefan says, pick a room. I'll find somewhere else to crash. And leaves as Damon and Elena stay together in the big old Salvatore house.
Again, the plot conveniently forgetting the existence of Caroline. But also Bonnie, who basically lives with her dad who's never home and definitely has space for Elena to crash.
Free house. Caroline, who also has a free house because Sheriff Forbes is always at work. That's like a big conflict between them, is that like her mom's rarely around, so she feels like her mom's too hands off. It's crazy that the only option is the Salvatore house. Especially because, I guess we're not worried about vampires, right? But, since her death, the Chez Salvatore is now free reign for anyone who wants to walk in. I don't know. Plot's got a plot, right?
I mean, there's still a town full of hybrids at this point.
You know? But ultimately, it's that she wants to go see Damon.
Yeah, she knows what she wants.
And it's just strange to be like, she went to that house where Stefan lives to go see Damon. And it's just... Anyway, that is the night that they have sex for the first time. Ed Sheeran's Kiss Me is swelling in the background. And across town at maybe Caroline's house, maybe a motel, maybe an apartment. I didn't double check. Caroline and Stefan are chatting. She's helping him, deal with the breakup. Caroline's been with Elena the whole day, and she's just been acting off Elena. Elena's been, going along with stuff that Damon's been saying, contradicting herself from something she said, 20 seconds ago. And, Elena dismissed her at first to be like, oh, thanks, Caroline, for making my life more complicated about me, trying to explore this thing with Damon. But in that moment now, she's like, no, hold on. She liked that blue dress that April was wearing, and then Damon came in and said April should wear the red dress, and Elena said, red dress ahoy. She couldn't keep down animal blood, couldn't keep down blood from a blood bag that we all drink. And it's Damon who told her, you need warm blood, Elena, straight from the vein. And that's when they put together, oh, Elena has been sired by Damon because she died with Damon's blood in her system. They are sire bonded. The list I was talking about earlier of quotes, right at the beginning, before they go out to go try this animal blood plan, Damon says, to Elena, vampires eat people. It's part of the natural food pyramid. Which, joke's on him because the food pyramid was debunked. Trust me, you're gonna be miserable. It's the first thing he says to Elena after she's been transitioned to a vampire. As discussed, you're a new vampire, Elena. You need warm blood from the vein. At the time, I think we talked about it, she tells Damon in Blood Ties, in the 4th episode, after they go to the frat party, when you tell me what a vampire should be, deep down, I believe you. Which I'd never thought about before. And then now that I was looking for where are the moments where the sire bond is effect, that one stood out. Damon's right. Connor's strong, but he's not going to be able to take all of us. From Damon, you get as close as you can, you kill him. And then after Elena has killed Connor and is burying him, she looks to Damon and says, you told me to kill him, so I did. Then, at the breakup, something's changed between Damon and me, much more than it ever used to be. And all of these now put into context with the sire bond is like, oh, so this whole experience she's been having struggling at being a vampire is because Damon, unwittingly, right? He didn't know about the sire bond, but he is Elena's sire, told Elena that she could not be a vampire the way everyone else is a vampire. The only way to do it was the way he does it. And she starts throwing up blood when she tries to drink it, unless it's straight from a person. In the next episode, when Stefan tells Damon about this, and Damon is in denial, but then later on just comes with a blood bag to Elena and says, hey, we wanted to try this again. Elena's like, we've tried this before, it didn't work. And Damon's like, I've got a good feeling this time. I think you can do it. Please, for me.
I think it's actually Stefan who suggests. He's like, give her a blood bag and tell her that you want her to drink from one. And if I'm wrong about the sire bond, you have nothing to lose. But if I'm right, you'll see that suddenly she can keep it down. And Damon's like, fine, I'll do it, even though it's not going to work.
She drinks from that blood bag and nothing happens. She keeps it down. She is so overjoyed. She's like, I can be normal. I don't have to hurt people. And she's celebrating. Damon's like, yeah, that's great. No concern for her experience. It's just like, well, damn. I guess we're sire bonded and this romance isn't real. So, yeah. We've spoken about it before in the Damon episode, but like, the sire bond really throws such a wrench into the works, both for Stefan and Elena's relationship and Elena and Damon's relationship. Because as we proceed in the next couple of episodes too, there's all this haze of how much of it is Elena is choosing to be with Damon, is acting on her emotions about Damon, and how much of it is the sire bond. We do learn later that the sire bond can't make you feel things for people, supposedly. Again, something we've gone back and forth about how that works. Apparently, as a vampire sire, you have to already feel something about someone for the sire bond to take place, which obviously Elena was into Damon in season 3. But it's like the struggle in vampirism, which is fully because of the sire bond. Her pulling away from Stefan as a result. Her pulling towards Damon as a result. All of this is this nasty thread through the fabric that if you pull all the way to the back, it's this damn sire bond that did it.
The sire bond, which supposedly isn't affecting her feelings, even though it made Tyler say, this is not in Klaus's best interests, guys.
Fully brainwashed Tyler at the beginning. And she and Rick were the ones to talk to Tyler and be like, you don't seem to understand how the sire bond works. It seems like you've been enslaved and brainwashed. But we throw all that to the wayside when it happens for Damon and Elena, right?
Retcon. Also, the mechanics of the sire bond. Is the sire bond... Because she doesn't seem aware that she's following Damon's orders.
No.
She throws up the blood as if her body, like her physical
Physically
body
rejects
itself, is bound to Damon. And like, despite what her mind is aware, her body is like, no, we can't swallow this blood because Damon ordered us not to. And it's like,
yeah,
it's not that she feels like, oh, drinking blood is wrong for me. Now I start to feel... It's like, no, she downs blood in a way that Damon doesn't approve of and immediately projectile vomits. And I'm like, the sire bond is making her experience nausea? Like,
yeah.
What even is the sire bond?
I mean, we said before, it's effectively compulsion, because that is something compulsion can do to you. Compulsion can push you and your body in certain ways to react. And it's consistent with Tyler, who was following orders not because he believed something to be true, but because he was connected to Klaus, and Klaus wished it so. And he didn't even realize in the process that he had done something. He bites Caroline, even when he actively doesn't want to bite Caroline because it will kill her. Because you have no control.
That's true. He had already said no, and then he bit her and looked so shocked.
Yep.
Okay, so the sire bond, I don't know, hijacks your conscious, subconscious, and unconscious mind and makes your body do all sorts of things.
Yeah. And it's like... whatever, you know, it works for people seemingly. No one's largely alarmed by this as far as I know. Even in the narrative, there's this sense that like, yeah, the sire bond, but that's just an inconvenience on the side. Elena does love him because there's this confrontation between Elena and Stefan where Stefan's trying to get her to see that like she's sire bonded, all this stuff is connected, and Elena's like, I didn't sleep with Damon because I'm sire to him, I slept with him because I love him. So it's like, even within the narrative, the painting is that, no, leave them be. They're fine. This is okay. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it's okay. As we said in the Damon episode, Damon goes off to New Orleans to learn more about the Cybond and how to break it. Gets that breaking news. When he comes back and has the opportunity to, he doesn't. So him and Elena continue to be in a relationship, fully sired. I think not long after that, we don't have to go through the whole race to the cure stuff. We all know what the big beats are. Jeremy's killing vampires to complete the map.
A sad part of Elena's vampirism, coinciding with Jeremy being awakened as a hunter, part of the Brotherhood of the Five, is that he now feels an instinctive hatred towards her and desire to kill her.
Yeah.
And as they are trying to deprogram him of, that instinct, they're like using Shane's hypnosis, which isn't really working because they're like, oh, we're going to try and like redirect your neural pathways and get you to focus on all the warm, fuzzy feelings we know you have for your sister Elena. And while he's under hypnosis, they like question him and they're like, Jeremy, how do you feel about Elena? What do you want to do right now? And he's like, I want to drive a stake through her heart. I despise her. And Elena's sitting right there and he's like, she's not even my real sister. She's just the reason everyone I love is dead. And I'm like, damn. You have never brought up the cousin thing since it was first explained to you. That is harsh.
First day he said, it doesn't make a difference to me. Does it feel weird to you? And she said, no, you're my brother. And that was it. Oh, it's the hunter's instinct. It's the hunter's instinct. It's okay. They're fine. The Gilbert siblings will be fine.
She is understandably gutted by that line.
Yeah.
Not only because, yes, she does have a lot of guilt over the death that she's brought into Jeremy's life, but also him, like, alienating her and being like, she's not even my real sister. And I'm like, ouch, okay.
That's rough. That whole era is rough because she can't even have physical contact with her brother without him trying to kill her. It's really sad. And in that moment, when he's on the island or whatever, lake house. Island? What the hell am I talking about? When he's at the lake house being deprogrammed and having to keep killing vampires, Damon uses the Cybond to send Elena away. When it could have been a crucial moment for her to be with Jeremy as he goes through this process and for them to like work through the issues.
I guess it's because at that point, Damon, I'll give him his credit. Damon is like, I don't think deprogramming Jeremy from his hatred of vampires by forcing him to focus on the love he has for a vampire is the right way to go. Let's get him to focus on somebody else who ties him to his humanity, like Bonnie here, where the writers were suddenly like, yeah, Jeremy and Bonnie have unresolved feelings, I guess. And I'm like, okay, you haven't really addressed this since she felt upset that he was compelled away. And then he comes back, and I think she's glad he's back, but I didn't know
but that's about it.
Still there.
Yeah.
I was happy the spark was still there. I love Jeremy. I'm in the minority, I know, but...
No. This is a Jeremy household. You can sing it loud and proud. I guess it's, regardless of like the reasoning, it will always be the thing that like, at that point, he's actively using the Cybond to make Elena do what he wants. And it's not treated that way, right? It's treated as this romantic thing, and Elena's smiling at him. She's like, I don't want to leave my brother behind, but like, you've said it to me, and now I feel like he's gonna be okay. So I'll just go. And it just feels really messed up.
It is because at that point, they're like, okay, we don't need Elena here. Bonnie is gonna be the thing that deprograms him. And he had been told that if you want Elena to be free of the Cybond, you set her free. So it's almost like he wants to, but he doesn't all the way. So instead of actually breaking up with her, he just tells her, I want you to go. I think that's why he sends her away. Not because he's like, I don't want you around Jeremy, but because he's
but
like...
it doesn't break the Cybond.
I want to...
He doesn't break the Cybond. We've been through this.
I know. I guess I was just thinking, I was like, maybe he just didn't want her around while he knew that she was under his thrall. Damon's grown. He doesn't want a mind-controlled girlfriend anymore.
Okay, so break up with your mind-controlled girlfriend so she's no longer mind-controlled by you, like you were told. Not send her out of your line of sight. Is he 3? That he doesn't have object permanence? What are we talking about?
I think 3-year-olds have object permanence.
That's not growth. He's mind controlling his girlfriend. I'm sorry to push back, but I feel like I need to stand my ground on this. He explicitly does not break the Cybond. Nandi tells him, you need to tell her to leave you, to be free of you, and to go live her own life and find her happiness elsewhere. That is the only way to break the Cybond. And as I said in the Damon episode, he doesn't do that. And all the way up until episode 15, I think it is, she is still Cybonded to him.
He was half doing it. He's Damon. We know he's selfish. He didn't want to do it all the way.
It's messed up.
But I guess after this, we enter the era of, they're trying to complete the Hunter's Mark. And then Klaus is like, I have a great idea. I'll just turn a bunch of random humans into vampires, I guess using compulsion because he's an original. Tell them to kill all of you, everyone who's on this little lake house, unless Jeremy kills them first, so that the mark can grow.
Yep.
It was like zombie apocalypse movie, like all of them in the dark, like marching towards the house where Jeremy is with Matt.
Real good vibes. I really liked it. I was like, the tone has been set here and I appreciate it. They're running through the woods. This is the same episode too, right? Where Cole shows up and he's killed all the vampires in like the bar. There's like a bar that Klaus turned them in, I think. Because Cole is opposed to the waking of Silas. Because Silas is this great terror who must not be raised. The key thing that happens for Elena here is that Cole compels Damon to kill Jeremy, because Cole doesn't want to kill him himself because he doesn't want to deal with the Hunter's Curse. So Damon chases after Jeremy to try and kill him. I forget who apprehends Damon finally, but they lock him up. It's probably Stefan, because who else is going to do it? And they throw him in a Salvatore cellar, and Elena comes by to come see Damon. This is post the lake house situation when Damon told her to leave. She comes to see Damon, and Stefan says, no, we can't do that. You'll let him go. And she's like, why would I let him go? He's after my brother. And Stefan says, because you're sire to him. You'll do whatever he tells you to do. And I forget what Stefan says specifically, but he says something really snarky and something kind of shitty. And Elena's like, why are you doing this? Why are you being like this? And Stefan's like, what do you mean? This is how I am. You just don't know me when I'm not in love with you.
Burn.
It's been like 5 or 6 episodes, I think, after the breakup. At least a week, maybe more. I don't believe that he's fallen out of love with Elena, but it is... He has his rights to be shitty, I think. I think Stefan gets to be shitty once in a while, and it's fair. All right?
Is this after or before Rebecca's little after-school special?
Ooh, I don't know. It's around the same time, though.
I think Cole returns in that episode, so we might have skipped over that by mentioning Cole and the...
I guess, yeah, earlier in the episode, Rebecca, again, just playing her stupid mind games, locks Elena, Stefan, and Caroline into a classroom, starts compelling people to like confess truths and like psychologically tortures them, because Elena and Stefan are obviously broken up and now she's with Damon, and she's like, let me have my fun.
Which Rebecca didn't know, because Rebecca had been daggered by her brother.
Yes.
So
Stefan and Klaus. You know what, actually? Valid. Klaus and Stefan daggered her. I'm with Rebecca in this one.
She's wondering why there's tension you could cut with a knife, and she's like, what's going on? And then Caroline's like, they broke up, okay? And then Rebecca's like, oh, this is the best news I could have gotten today. Now I can rub salt in the wound. She's like, Elena, why do you not feel the way you felt for Stefan anymore? Like, what's the issue? And Elena's like, well, before Stefan used to look at me and like with all this love and adoration, but now lately he looks at me like I'm something that needs to be fixed, like I'm this broken toy. And Stefan looks so guilty. And Rebecca asks, do you still love Stefan? Obviously hoping the answer will be no and she could hurt Stefan's feelings. And then Elena answers, under compulsion, answers honestly and earnestly, yes, I do. So then Rebecca's like, are you still in love with Stefan? And then Elena's like, no, I'm not. Nail in the coffin for Stelena.
Nail in the coffin. They'll pretend towards the end of the season, maybe there's a chance, but no, there isn't. I'm sorry if I'm suddenly sapped of energy. This is just not a fun season for me.
I know. I don't think anything else in that episode is relevant to Elena, because when Rebecca compels Tyler to turn and go after all of them, I think Elena and Stefan sort of have to work together to hold him off, but they get away fine.
Following their interaction at the Salvatore cellar, Elena... And we've discussed this. She says that, like, completing the map is taking too long. Like, you're killing vampire by vampire. We need this to be over quick. What if we kill an original and all the vampires down their sideline die too, and all of those vampire lives will be magically counted for your mark tattoo, your hunter's mark? Bold leap.
Yeah, quite a gamble.
Very wild, very crazy gamble. I've sung my praises on Elena's genius and her mastermind. She don't know shit about magic. None of them know anything about magic. They're always confused. All they know is loophole. All they know is spirits. They don't know anything about the fine tunes. And she's like, no, yeah, this'll work.
I'm like, given the very strict magical rules that sometimes exist in this world, we don't know that if Jeremy doesn't kill a vampire with his own bare hands or like directly, that will count as a kill. This is the same world where being a doppelganger, a physical copy of somebody else, but otherwise still human, still means you can't use a Gilbert ring.
Yep. And the thing is, it is off the back of not being allowed to see Damon, right? Because the original they invite to their house is Cole.
I do think that is a big motivator. Now that you bring it up, the thought had just occurred to me now as we started talking about it. I was like, is your motivation that killing Cole will free Damon from his compulsion? Because that's the only thing you're guaranteed to get out of this.
That's why I'm like, the sire bond is like, because, yeah, okay, maybe if you love Damon, yeah, we get it. But it's like, Damon's in a cellar in our own house, right? He's in the Salvatore house. He's safe. And he can't hurt your brother. Why does he need to be out of the cellar so badly? The Sirebond shit, man, does some weird stuff, is all I'm saying.
So, do you think it's the Sirebond that makes her willing to wipe out an entire vampire line?
I think that is something that they already considered in the past doing, so it's not unthinkable they would do it now. I just think the sire bond is nudging some things over the edge. Because this thing to like get Damon out, to free Damon, it's like, is that the primary motivation right now? But they invite Cole into their house under pretense of making a deal. Because they're like, yeah, we don't want to wake Silas too, nudge nudge wink wink. Let's learn more about him. He's got the white oak stake with him. Elena, chats Cole up, has him in her kitchen, and is just like trying to learn all she can. Meanwhile, her and Jeremy are plotting to kill him.
She was waiting for Jeremy, who was elsewhere, to come back and kill Cole, and she was stalling. And eventually Cole's like, okay, we've had our discussion. I'm gonna go mull over what we've said. I'm leaving. After he leaves, Jeremy comes back in, and Elena's like, I'm sorry, I tried to keep him here for as long as I could, but he left. And then there's a knock on the door, and then they open it, and Cole is standing there, and he's like, I've considered your request denied. And they're like, oh shit, okay, he's murderous, he's gonna kill Jeremy.
Because assumedly he's around the corner and was eavesdropping on them. It's like, oh, you were trying to trick me.
And he's like, I'm sorry, love, I've already been invited in, and kicks the door down.
Kicks the door open, and the only moment I like of Cole, that was really cool.
They rushed off in, and I had not realized how damn big the Gilbert house was until this episode. I was like, no wonder Vicky and Matt feel the way they do. You guys are wealthy, because there's an entire chase sequence throughout that house with the two of them.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a big set
there's
piece.
doors that connect different bedrooms with each other. There's like a shared bathroom, and I'm like, this is a house that had like a family of 4 in it. As they were running from Cole, they don't go in one door and then exit through the same door. It's like all of the rooms have interconnected. It's very Scooby-Doo.
They're yakety saxing their way around, yeah. At one point, they spray him with the water, which has been infused with vervain by Pastor Young's counsel before they shuffled off the mortal coil.
Oh, before that, Elena gets a cool moment where, because she's doing a lot of the heavy lifting here because she's got the speed and the strength to try and hold Cole back. Cole breaks off a piece of the banister from the staircase and stakes her to a wall through the abdomen so that he can go off to Jeremy. She struggles and struggles to pull it out. She can't get it out. So she decides, okay, don't have enough force to remove this thing from the wall. I'm going to push myself all the way through this banister so that it comes out the other side of my back, because I've got vamp healing now and I'll be okay. It is so gnarly. It's so visceral, but it's really cool. I'm like, I love Vamp Elena and the way that she's far more resilient as a vampire. Like, I know she hates being a vampire, but I'm like, but girl...
Combining her already, like, her resourceful mind and her willingness to do, like, anything to get out of a situation, now with the strength and the resilience of being a vampire, it's like... You're kind of a dangerous combo, bitch. You're kind of a strange cocktail that should not be taken lightly.
Meanwhile, downstairs, Cole has, like, thrown Jeremy onto the kitchen countertop. I don't know whether he strapped him down or what he strapped him with. But Elena Vamp speeds into the kitchen. Is it her or is it Jeremy who grabs the... What do you even call that thing? From
it's
the sink?
like a... It's a... like
A
a
spray
dispenser.
tap?
It's like a tap,
A
but you can pull
dispenser.
it free and it has like a long cord. But it's Jeremy who grabs it and douses him with the vervain water and grabs the white oak stake and jabs him in the chest. And he sets alight, consumed by flames as originals are when stabbed with white oak, and dies in the Gilbert kitchen. Everybody congregates at the Salvatore house. Rebecca has gotten this headstone of Kitsia. She and Stefan are on a team. Elena and Jeremy have got the Hunter's Mark. Elena, Jeremy, and Bonnie. We've got all these teams for the amazing race to the cure. Tensions are running high. Everybody's pissed.
I think this might be the episode with the final decade dance, which is 80s themed, but it doesn't happen. So it's just Stefan and Rebecca like in the school moving about the decorations, because after Cole is killed, he's like consoling Rebecca and being like, yeah, your brother's dead. I'm really sorry. We had no choice, but you can take the cure and become human now, which you want for some reason. I want that for you to have that choice.
Yeah, which great. I think he's deflecting, but that's another story. Also, Stefan and Rebecca are a thing sort of now, and Elena's upset about that because Elena's always mad when one of her boys bangs Rebecca. So
I can see we've left the Elena Endless Grace era.
no, it's gone. I'm out. I've checked out. And maybe that's shitty of me, right? It's like, why now when Stelena has ended should I abandon my girl? But also, I think I didn't care when she was doing it to Damon when you brought it up. But now that it's like with Stefan, it's like, why do you care? Y'all broke up. You're with Damon now. Why are you upset? Listen, I'm only human. No, I still love my girl. We're just going through a rough patch. It's okay. The amazing race for the cure happens. They head off to Nova Scotia. A lot of wild shit happens that's not super important, but ultimately they get down into the cave where Silas is. And Elena is separated from the pack.
She's wandering through the tunnels and she can hear whispering. She can hear someone is around and there's voices. And then she hears Elena and she turns around and we don't see who she sees, but she's just like, no, and rushes towards the camera and it goes black.
We discover it's Catherine in the tunnels. Back for business, bitch!
Because she had been gone for so long, we really aren't expecting it. It had been a long time since we'd seen a Catherine impersonate Elena.
And they brought her back as a hallucination to be like, oh, just a little fun, you know, it's just to remember her by. So you don't think they would bring her back.
She's miles away. You're not going to see the real Catherine, guys. And then, surprise! Bites Jeremy, force feeds his blood to the calcified, petrified Silas, grabs the cure, and zips
Runs
out
off.
as Silas snaps Jeremy's neck.
The next episode opens with Jeremy's dead body. They've brought him back to the Gilbert house. Elena's like, well, he was wearing his Gilbert ring, so I'm just gonna wait for him to come back. Everyone else is like, who's gonna tell Elena that as a hunter, he most likely was a supernatural being, which means the Gilbert ring probably didn't work for him, and we can smell his decaying body right now, and this is really bad. She spends most of the episode in denial. Meredith comes back in a surprise return appearance and is like, I need to do my medical checks, girly. That is a decaying body. We need to organize shit. Elena says, get out of my house or I'll kill you. She doesn't say that, but that is the energy.
She does eventually acknowledge that I'm not stupid and I have vampiring too. You're all whispering about how, you know, being a hunter means the ring won't work. But what you guys haven't thought about is that when we found Silas, the tattoo disappeared. So maybe he's lost his status as a hunter along with that tattoo and he's human now. And they're like, girl.
Sure,
like, I know it's a long
maybe.
shot, but it's all I have to go on right now and I'm clinging to hope.
Yeah, she cannot conceive of a world in which Jeremy is dead. Her last remaining family member. It's always been last family member, the two of them saying that, but now it would just be her. And finally, towards the end, in like a very heated moment, she suddenly smells something awful in the room that assumedly she'd been blocking out of her mind the whole time. And she realizes that Jeremy is actually beginning to rot. She breaks down. She becomes inconsolable. She performs that brilliant monologue, frantic, manic scene that always trends on Twitter out of context.
It does.
And people are laughing about it. And I'm like, I get it's funny, guys, but it's a really sad moment.
She does what you've been pointing out. Like, you pointed out repeatedly that she decides, I'm gonna absorb myself in some physical task to busy myself in this moment. She starts rummaging through the cupboards, and Caroline is like, Elena, are you looking for something? Comes out with, I don't know, paraffin or some sort of flammable liquid.
Some sort of
I'm not sure
accelerant.
what they use. Some sort of accelerant. And she's like, you think I didn't hear you talking? We need a cover story, right? What are we gonna say? Another animal attack? Fell down the stairs? No, we burned the house down with his body in it.
No evidence, no worry. It was an accident and it was fine. No, Caroline is so freaked out. She's almost crying. She's like, Elena, you're scaring me. It's so bad.
Because everyone's like, calm down, Elena, like, stop this. And then she's like, why? Why should I? I don't want to live in this house where everyone that I love has died. My parents, Jenna, and John. Even John.
Even John.
There's nothing else I can do with Jeremy's body. There's no more plot left. They don't want to land on the Gilbert burial plot, which I'm like, oh wow, there's been that much death.
She's like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to. I mean, how do I even? She's got the burning match in her hand that's just burning the whole time, and it burns down to her fingers, and she's like, ah, and she throws it aside.
Damon vamp speeds to catch it before it hits the highly flammable carpet now, because she's been squirting this accelerant over the pictures.
With all these
Jeremy's
flammable
drawings.
vampires in the room.
I think she also uses some of the alcohol in the house because she's also
Yes.
thinking of Rick. She's like, we don't need bourbon. Rick's not around to drink it anymore. She takes Jeremy's ring off his finger. She snatches it. I think she tosses it at Stefan. She's like, he doesn't need this ring anymore. She's like, unless you want to bring back every supernatural creature that has ever died and gone to the other side in order to bring back Jeremy. Do you do that? She's like, Damon, would you want your drinking buddy back? I don't know. Maybe that makes me a terrible person, but I wouldn't do that to bring back Jeremy. And I'm like, it's nice that in this moment when she's lost her true anchor, even she is like, even I'm not that selfish. I wouldn't go that far. That center, that true north of compassion is like, we can't mess this up for everybody. Even if it's just a matter of we will be in trouble because all our enemies would come back and try to kill us. There's still a sense of logic in there to be like, guys, this is a terrible idea. And Stefan goes to Damon and is like, help her. Because again, they're sire bonded and Elena will do what Damon says. The implication, of course, being breaking down.
Calm her down.
She's
She's
clutching her stomach in pain and gasping, crying that she can't.
And Stefan's like, help her. Damon goes over to Elena and says, I can help you. Just turn it off. This
and Stefan's like, what?
mother tells her to turn off her emotions. And of course, because she's sire bonded to him, she does. And Elena is in her no humanity era officially. Naturally, she's still like, we gotta burn the house down because it's a good plan, even though I'm not like...
because now she's pragmatic and not emotional. She's like,
why do I care about Jeremy's body and my house? I'll buy another one.
They even
about that trust fund.
They even say to her, are you sure? Like, one day when this is all over and you turn your humanity back on, you might want to come back here. And she's just like, I do not care. I don't want to come back to this house. Burn it down. It's yet another death, another spiritual death for a version of Elena. We see Jeremy's drawings burning. We see the family photos burning away. We see Elena's diary burning up as well. Like the diary that she's been writing in this entire time. All of the stuff gone.
A dial-up of Stefan burning his own diaries in his Ripper era. It is no humanity era. It's very poignant. And we officially enter the no humanity era, which not a lot to say beyond, wow, what a problem Elena becomes without her humanity.
Oh, she is a petulant child in this era.
She's like, don't you dare tell me what to do. Snaps a waitress's spine. Oh my god.
The episode that kicks it off is called Bring It On, which, you know, just for us.
She's back on the cheerleader squad. They know their demographic.
She's feeding off people who pass through Mystic Falls because obviously everyone in town is unknowingly on Vervain because it's in the water supply. Even Damon is like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but, you know, show a little restraint.
That's how you know it's gone bad.
Caroline initially thinks that, oh, Elena wants to be on the cheer squad. That's nice. And Stefan's like, great, you know, do stuff that like connects her to her humanity. You're her friend. This is something she used to like doing. But psych, Elena just wanted to feed off people. She's doing this whole mean girl thing with Caroline where they're competing. She deliberately drops on her head during the cheerleading routine just to spite her.
So bad.
She feeds off the competition and then steals her ribbon for good measure, even though
Yep.
Caroline's like, that ribbon doesn't match our uniform. And Lena's like, I don't care.
And she wears it proudly too. Evidence.
Caroline's like, I thought Damon told you not to feed off anyone. And then Elena's like, I don't care what Damon said. I'm going to do what I want.
Oh, she starts flirting with Stefan again at the tryouts for cheerleading.
She's doing the stretching, which I'm like, wow, Nina Dobrev, very flexible.
She lifts
'cause
her
she's-
legs so high.
She did gymnastics in real life. She's like standing upright, puts her leg on Stefan's shoulder, and is
Vertical.
stretching without shifting her body. And I'm like, wow, girl.
And she's like, like what you see? Key things, I think, is when she snaps the waitress's spine because Stefan and Damon keep trying to like control her. She drops Caroline.
She's not listening to Damon, who specifically told her not to feed off the competition because the sire bond has been turned off by her turning off her emotions, which are the root
Lucky
of
her.
the sire bond.
Damon's like, damn, my
He's like,
one
wait,
trick.
this entire time she could have just turned it off, and it's like, well, apparently.
You know how else it could have been undone, Damon? You know how else we could have gotten rid of the sire bond? Bastard.
She fights Caroline in the woods, and Caroline is getting fed up, and she's like, because, you know, Caroline has a whole year on Elena.
Yeah,
with
snap her
vampirism.
neck.
She's like, I'm stronger than you, Elena. Elena gets the upper hand and says, yeah, but you didn't train with Alaric. And I'm like, really?
That's no,
fine.
yeah. Listen, because they've got strength, speed, and agility, but Elena has fighting skills. Elena has trained to fight, whereas Caroline largely relies on instinct and on her greater strength. Elena knows how to grab you, how to pin you, how to get the advantage, especially on larger foes. There's this type of fighting, I forget what it's called. It might be some form of judo, where they specifically train women to be able to face a larger, usually man, and use their own weight against them. That's the kind of shit that Elena knows. So it's like, in a fight, even if Caroline's stronger, if Elena can use her fighting skills to get the upper hand and drop her, one snap neck, you're done.
Fair. She almost stakes Caroline, which I'm like, whoa, I know you have no emotions, but damn, girl,
But
you were gonna
damn.
kill her properly? Like,
Your best
what's going on?
friend. And that is it. It's like humanity off. All that compassion that you know of Elena, in a very different way from Stefan, she just goes the opposite direction of it. She becomes so callous, where Stefan was like, somewhere deep in there, he still cared for the people he loved in some capacity, even if in general he was cavalier, don't care, I'll feed on whatever and fight whoever. Elena's like, I'm hurting y'all specifically. I'm putting y'all in harm's way.
And at this point, it's just that she's like, you're ruining my fun. I will kill you.
Cyndi Lauper, girls just want to have fun. And then, in the middle of the night,
Damon gets the brilliant idea to take her to New York, which results in the fun new haircut where Nina Dobrev gets the wavy, shorter locks and the
stupid
magenta,
red streak.
pinkish red streak. I like the pinkish red streak. It was cute.
Because it always reminds me of this era, and I just associate it with No Humanity Elena, who, my God. But hey, have some fun.
It's cute and fun. But eventually Elena realizes that, oh no, Damon is trying to manipulate her. He still intends to give her the cure. But now Damon is motivated to cure her because he's like, oh, her humanity is off and the sire bond is gone, but now she doesn't love me at all. If I cure her, the sire bond is gone and she can still love me. She goes into her Thelma and Louise era with Rebecca.
American Gothic, my favorite episode of the season, where Elena and Rebecca have been at loggerheads for so long. Elena's finally in a capacity where she can meet Rebecca where she is. Because in season 3, when it was like, oh, they might become friends, Elena was appealing to Rebecca's better nature and bringing her to her side. Now we've got an Elena with no humanity and a Rebecca in her peak mean girl era. Two bitches you hate but love. And they've got Catherine in the back seat. Oh, it's so good.
My road trip movie. I love it. The reason they're working together, because obviously Elena, she might have no emotions, but it's not like she likes Rebecca. She's using her. She's like, Rebecca wants the cure. I want to not be force-fed the cure. So I will help Rebecca get it, even though I don't know why anybody would want this cure anymore. She briefly runs into Catherine, who's like, I'm gonna get the upper hand on Elena because I'm 500 years older than her. And then Rebecca's like, well, I'm 500 years older than you, Catherine. So she's like Elena's bodyguard during this era. They're bullying Catherine, forcing her to divulge where she's hidden the cure that she absconded with. And then they go through her phone and realize that Catherine has been in communication with Elijah
Michelson. And this is where he comes back and you find out they have been dating, apparently. And translation, Catherine's been kind of using him.
And I love that this American Gothic episode is the first time in which Elena gets to impersonate Catherine.
Yes, my favorite moment. She arranges her hair to be nice and wavy. Rebecca says, make it more slutty.
Yes, the makeup, because she's doing the makeup that is different on Catherine than is on Elena.
And she shows up to Elijah pretending to be like, oh yeah, no, I'll pray upon deal. And then Elijah, I think, goes to kiss her. And then it's like, oh.
I know you've often wondered whether there was any like underlying attraction there between the two of them. I'm like, when Elijah comes up and kisses her thinking she's Catherine, she's thrown. I don't think she wanted to kiss him.
That's true. But also, we're so far removed from when they were in that place at this point. It's like a season and a half later. She's turned into a vampire. She's lost her humanity. Like, we're in a very different place.
Guess.
There's no chance of it happening
true.
now. And fair enough. He clocks that something's off immediately. He's like, this is not your vibe, girl. And it's not just that you're a vampire. Something's going on here. And he figures out that she's turned off her emotions. And she's like, because your girlfriend killed my brother.
Yes.
Which Elijah didn't know. And that immediately changes things for him because he's like foolishly built up this idea that like Catherine's going to become a different person for the love of him. But it's at the end of this episode when Elena snaps that waitress's spine and is like, this is my ultimatum. Eventually, they do get through to her though. After like this really rough night where Bonnie is like losing control with her expression, Elena's going after her because
it's prom and she's being petty because Bonnie won prom queen.
It's that, but then there's also like an actual pragmatic reason because Bonnie's trying to do the expression triangle to raise Silas, and she's like, "Hey, I don't want all that shit to happen." Bonnie rocks her shit with expression.
That was satisfying.
Like it's nothing.
I was like, no, you need this, Elena.
And then Stefan vervains her and puts her in a cellar. I think it's the backdoor pilot next called The Originals. And then in the penultimate episode, they spend the full episode trying to get her humanity back. We see it a number of times where it's like, it's Lexi's plan, right? You've got to run them in the mind. Damon's there to do mental powers and to try and like trick her into a dream where this is going to be the trigger. This is what's going to wake you up. And then they use physical pain and torture to like get her into a place to be reasoned with.
Elena doesn't have her daylight ring. She's being burned. And then eventually she breaks her bonds because her bonds are also being burned with her flesh, so they weaken. She breaks her bonds, rips the curtains off their railings, bursts into flame, and Damon and Stefan immediately save her and put the fire out. And she's like, ha! You just proved my theory. You boys would never actually let anything happen to me. What do I have to be afraid of?
And they look at each other like,
shit, she's impossible. So then they're like, okay, we need to bring in someone who would actually hurt her. So they enlist Catherine's help.
Right.
Catherine reads her for filth as usual.
As usual.
Boyfriend's bringing me here to help you because you had to turn your humanity off. You were a vampire for 5 minutes and you flipped your switch.
You're weak. You couldn't be me even if you wanted.
Yes. And she's like, but I'd love to see you try. And she leaves the cellar unlocked and Elena escapes. And once Elena is out there, Damon finds her with Matt in tow and is like, okay, Elena, you said I care about you. That's true. You know who I don't care about? Matt, what's his face? You turn on your feelings right now or I will snap his neck and end his life in front of you. And Elena's like, yeah, Damon. I don't care. And then Damon's like, oh, you think I'm kidding? Okay, snap.
Dead. And
Elena's like,
screams, no! Instantly the reaction, and then she starts to like, her face shifts, her whole demeanor shifts, and she goes to Matt, and she starts to sob.
And then he pulls up Matt's hand, revealing that Matt
is wearing the Gilbert ring. And I think it's Stefan who's like, Do you see those emotions you were feeling just now? That fear that he was dead and gone forever? That everything had just fallen apart?
The relief watching over you that your friend is alive.
Hold on to that shit, because you're back now, baby.
That's humanity, Elena. Allow yourself to feel it.
As much as I know humanity, Elena, the arc of it is very satisfying. The final collapse at the end where it's like, you need catharsis, baby. You've gone through so much, and if you don't let yourself feel it, you will fall apart. Like, this is a distraction. This is a sublimation of the worst order.
Nina is showing her acting chops, that she is able, we've discussed it before, that she's able to distinguish emotionless vampire Elena from Catherine.
Regular
even while they're
Elena
on screen
and
together.
Catherine.
It's like, it's lovely.
And at the end, Stefan, of course, comes over and is like, baby girl, I've been through this. You switch your humanity off and you start to feel so much that it might overwhelm you. So you've got to pick something to focus on. And this girl says, okay, I have picked something. I've decided my mission right now is to kill Catherine Pierce, the source of all my problems in life. She killed my brother. She brought Klaus to town. She turned you and Damon and ruined your lives. This bitch needs to die.
I'm like, yes, I can see why Catherine would be at the center of those things, but I'm like, girl, if we're gonna play the blame game, someone standing right in this room is also largely to blame for some of the stuff that has gone down in this town, because it was Damon who decided, I'm gonna let all the tomb vampires out.
There you go.
Which is why Catherine came back to town in the first place. She was like, now I need to tie up my loose ends again.
There you go. There's enough blame to go around, baby. Catherine sucks, but I mean, she needs something to focus on, the same way Stefan focused on Klaus. This is graduation times, because towards the end of season 4, they're graduating. They're all in bright red, which is a very alarming graduation color. Elena's doing the apology tour, the post-humanity return apology tour to everyone she hurt, everyone she ripped to shreds verbally. They're like, we know it wasn't you. Like, it sucked, but at least we have you back. Of course, at this point, Bonnie's doing the expression triangle. Everyone is like all hands on decks to try and figure it out because Silas is out and about. He's throwing illusions everywhere, being a general menace. Elena is just dead set on killing Catherine to the detriment of the plan and to the detriment of anything else going on. Catherine is working with Bonnie to get rid of Silas.
Bonnie linked Catherine to her so that Catherine couldn't go away and cause trouble. But she does give her some slack because Catherine's like, someone's in these tunnels. It might be Silas. At least give me a bit of a leash to go off and investigate. And Bonnie's like, fine. Elena does try to kill Catherine, and Stefan, knowing that she and Bonnie are linked, which I guess now means that the injuries transfer to Bonnie's body for some reason.
Yeah. The same way it did in season 2 when Catherine had herself and Elena linked.
He stops her and saves Catherine. Elena has the wild line to be like, Stefan, why are you protecting her? Are you still in love with her? And I'm like, Elena. Whoa, baby girl. Come on now. Do you hear yourself?
Fixated. Hyper-focused in the worst way. It's like, damn, that cuts deep. You know what she did to him.
You know?
Yeah, Stefan is like, killing her is not going to solve anything. You need to actually face what the real problem is. You need to grieve Jeremy, who is dead. She goes to go see Jeremy's grave then and is like crying over it at this point because ultimately, as he tends to be, Stefan is right. Now that the expression triangle's being opened, some people from the other side show up. Cole shows up, starts harassing her, and they're like...
So creepy, tells her that, by the way, since I died, I have been with you from the other side, whispering in your ear all the ways I wish to see you suffer. You just obviously couldn't see, feel, or hear me. And I'm like, the other side is actually kind of creepy, and now I feel gross.
It's really messed up. And it shows it doesn't have to be loved ones. His enmity is what was keeping him tied to the other side. It's just unfinished business.
You know what? Real.
He's like grabbing her, and then he drops her to turn around to grab a stake that's been shot at him. Jeremy pulls up in a crossbow, full black, all ready to take him down. He's like, stay away from my sister. And as that happens, Stefan appears and then snaps Cole's neck from the back. Elena sees Jeremy and sobs. And it's just after she was talking about, like, it feels like I can't move, but I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out to move on. Not really helping her process. Jeremy is coming back from the dead. He's still a ghost. He's still dead. But they have this really warm reunion somewhere else with Damon, Rick has been brought back. So at the beginning of the new episode, she, Jeremy, and Rick, because the triangle's going to be closed at some point, they're having a little time together before they all get shunted back to the other side. And it's this really just like heartfelt reunion, but it turns sour at the end because she's just like, I'm going to lose you all at the end of this and it's just going to be me. And they're like, we're watching from the other side, girl. We got you covered. You're doing great. And you're going to live and you're going to do amazing things. It's really sweet. She goes to see Damon, who I guess has gotten the cure. Oh, Silas got the cure from Elijah by pretending to be Rebecca. Damon got the cure from Silas after Bonnie desiccated him.
Damon gives it to Elena, and then Elena's like, I'm not that selfish. There were other people who wanted this cure. Let me go give it to, Ripper, on again, off again, Stefan, who probably would also like to be human.
And it's like now she's got her emotions back. She's processing everything normally. They're not Sire bonded. So the two of them can be together and run off into the sunset.
Oh yeah, because she assures Damon that, yeah, my feelings for you are real. Apparently, turning my emotions on and then off again has eradicated the Sire bond completely. I don't
Hard
know why.
reset shuts down the program. She is a computer and she hit Alt F4.
Okay. She offers it to Stefan and he has that sweet moment where he's like, oh no, everything I've done in season 4 has been to get this cure to you so that you would have that choice. So you can keep the cure. I don't want it. And I was like, oh, Stefan, even when you're not with her.
Even when he's not with her. And it throws that middle section into disarray because it's like, so you can have that choice. And it's like, no, he wanted to fix her. The language is always going to rub me wrong because this is the Stefan we know. And this is the Stefan we recognize. But, I mean, yeah. I'll leave it to the judges. I'll leave it to the court of public opinion. So, yeah, she effectively tells him she's gonna be with Damon. And because Damon and Stefan had made an agreement at some point that whoever she chooses at the end of this, the other will leave town, Stefan leaves town with Silas's desiccated body in the trunk to drive off.
The scene in which she tells her that he doesn't want the cure. That scene is happening at the same time as Elena walking through the high school halls and a disgruntled Catherine shows up because Bonnie betrayed her and didn't give her Silas immortality.
Yes.
And she's like, happy graduation, cupcake. Starts beating into Elena and Elena's like, Catherine, what are you doing? Like, why are you here?
Like, I don't care about this anymore. Why are you still here? And Catherine's like, you little shadow of me, I won't allow you to live.
She's like, I've been having a bad day because it all started when I was denied my Silas-like immortality. And Elena quips that, oh yeah, because Catherine Pierce can't be satisfied with good old-fashioned vampire caliber immortality. Catherine's on some, I deserve it because I never got to have a graduation or a life, and you did. You have everything.
Again, graduation didn't exist in your time. You and Rebecca are insane.
She's really not making sense of a scene because she tells Elena, you have everything, and it's not because you're a good little girl who deserves happiness. It's because you stole mine. And I'm like, what did she steal from you? Are you talking about Stefan? She's not even with him anymore.
She's not. She's with Damon, so you can go after Stefan if you want. I don't see what the issue is. This is the only moment where that shit that Nora Dark was saying in season 2 is feeling real, where it's like doppelgangers are doomed to destroy each other. Catherine is just there to kill her, just to be like, you copy of me, you reflection, you dull dishwater version, I want you gone. And it's like, I don't want anything to do with you.
Elena does tell her, she's like, I stole your happiness. Bitch, you killed my brother. And Catherine is like, okay, fine, yeah, that was nasty. Continues to beat her up. Elena is fighting back, but Catherine is 500, and Elena's been a vampire for less than a year. She gets the upper hand. She stakes her a few times with a broken off mop, which I was like,
always this broken off mop. Elena defending herself with a broken off mop season 1. Stefan stabbing himself with a mop to protect Elena. This mop is the biggest symbolic writing item that has existed in the show. The fateful broken off mop. Catherine stabs Elena in the neck.
Then she knelt down and shoved her fist into Elena's chest, I guess holding her heart. And she really seemed to think that she was getting her bookend. She was like, well, it's been fun, my little doppelganger.
She said, this is my finale. And this is when we see in a flashback that, because we only saw Elena give the cure to Stefan, and then in a flashback we see Stefan give it back to Elena and say, this was for you. You do what you feel is right with it. And then she reaches into her pocket, pulls it up, and she shoves that cure in Catherine's mouth. She says, have a nice life, Catherine. Shoves her mouth shut so her teeth crushes the little pod of the cure. And Catherine has no choice but to swallow it.
Writhes on the floor as the cure goes through her, and Elena's like, goodbye, Catherine. Have a nice human life.
Oh, so satisfying. It's so satisfying because they got to the point where they're like, killing Catherine is not going to solve anything, but you know what will ruin her more? Oh, being a human again. That would make her so miserable.
It's lovely because of this whole shadow self thing. This whole season has been, Elena is finally a vampire, but she never wanted this. Even if she adjusts, it's not something she wanted. Whereas Catherine became a vampire for pragmatic reasons, but has reveled in it ever since. She loves this. And now she's the one being cured.
It's a great role reversal, a switch of shoes. And also in this moment, the assertion that, like, Elena has crested the struggle, right, of vampirism. Again, largely caused by Sayabon nonsense, but regardless, she did struggle. This is her on the other side. She's faced the early, like, rough weeks. She's faced flipping her humanity switch and getting it back on. She's faced the fallout of that, and she's come out on top. She can actually live her life as a vampire successfully. And in this moment of, like, choosing to do this to Catherine rather than, like, relying to instinct or cowering to death, she has made that choice to be like, I'm gonna do it my way and I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna not just survive but thrive. And I love that for her.
Yes.
And that's how season 4 ends.
Yep.
Again, not my favorite season for obvious reasons, but we love the journey Elena takes. We love Vampire Elena. It's a long time coming. Like I said, if you're not going to make a Buffy, make her a vampire. She needs to get in on the action. From here on out,
Brother,
but because it's the end of our episode, we'll have to come back to it. We wave you goodbye, listeners. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you have any questions, queries, or just want to say hi, please email us at animalattackpod@gmail.com. You can also tweet us at animattackpod on Twitter. That's at ANIM Attack Pod. You'll find a link tree in our bio with all our online stuff. From us, have a nice human life. Cheers.
there it is. Cheers.